He was also a key figure in the formation of the second-term campaign strategy of Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola, tagged I See Lagos. He's an alumnus of the Carrington Youth Fellowship Initiative, an initiative of the U.S. Consulate in Nigeria. He served in the economic empowerment team of the fellowship. So please join me as you welcome, like I say, Governor Laolu Alabi. Round of applause, please.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. And thank you for coming out to this morning for our maiden edition of the Covenant Nation Real Estate Summit. My name again is Laolu Alabi. In my personal research, I have found that real estate is perhaps one of the few guaranteed ways to secure and transfer tangible wealth from one generation to the other. A few weeks ago, I was in a conversation with a couple of friends in the UK who are very well invested in the real estate sector. We discussed the dynamics of their methods, and in the midst of the conversation, it occurred to me that there was nothing extraordinary about how they had built sustainable wealth. It was clear from the conversation, coupled with my knowledge of the operating environment back home here in Nigeria, that the main ingredient for success in real estate is information. I remember speaking to the CEO of a fairly successful real estate business engaged mostly in shortlets, who started out simply with an understanding of the market and very little cash. And today she runs a chain of shortlet apartments around Lagos. Mr. Tayo Odunsi, a very good friend of mine and one of our speakers of today, has, along with his partners, built perhaps one of Nigeria's most trusted real estate research and advisory firm, trading critical real estate information. It's no secret that Mr. Olawale Ayilara, another of our speakers today, who has built a multi-million-dollar real estate organization, started out trading information. The list is endless, but the denominator seems constant. I came therefore to the conclusion that unlike the very widespread notion about entering or succeeding in the real estate space, money is actually not the major deterrent for venturing or succeeding in the space. Information is. There are also stories of those who ventured into the industry with nothing other than money and have today had to close shop with a lot of headache and little or no returns. Information in real estate is king. On behalf of the senior pastor of the Covenant Nation Global, Pastor Adepojo Yemade, and also the chairman of the board of the Covenant Community Groups, under which this summit was birthed, Mrs. Olayinka Oyetunji, I therefore want to welcome us warmly to this maiden edition of the Covenant Nation Real Estate Summit. The core purpose of this summit is to attempt to bridge the information gap, not only for those who see real estate as an investment vehicle, but also for those individuals whose simple desire is to own their first home, without also leaving out the professionals in the industry. The truth is that as long as we live in a property or sleep on a piece of land, we are all involved one way or the other in the real estate ecosystem. The summit has therefore been designed as a confluence where major players in both the private sector and in government can share critical information and enlighten the people on how to navigate the real estate terrain. Mr. Olawale Ayilara will take us on a short journey on how to build a successful real estate business in a seemingly tough business environment. Mr. Tayo Odunsi will share vital research information that speaks to the real estate trends in a bid to help us understand the potentials available in the various sectors in the industry. A lot of homeowners do not yet understand the methods available for owning one's homes, using a combination of the seemingly high double-digit mortgages and also the opportunities available with the NHF using contributions, which most of us already make. Dr. Ebukun Adebayo will speak to this. Within the unique operating environment that we find ourselves in Nigeria, another critical aspect in the real estate space outside of information is due diligence. the difference between a great real estate transaction and potential heart attack is due diligence. We have Mr. Oluwashogo Oyelami to help delve a little into that. In Lagos State today, there are new laws under the Real Estate Regulatory Authority which has direct or indirect impact on everyone. Mr. Toke Benson Awoyinka, the special advisor to the governor on housing, will be shedding a little more light on this. Mr. Tayo Ayinde, a well-respected individual within the ranks of Lagos State, and a former commissioner of the Lagos State Ministry of Fiscal Planning and Urban Development. Welcome to Nigeria. Okay, where were we? Thank you once again for your patience and welcome back to Nigeria. So I think I'll just run through that again. So I said in my personal research, I found that real estate is perhaps one of the few guaranteed ways to secure and transfer tangible wealth from one generation to the other. A few weeks ago, I was in a conversation with a couple of friends in the UK who are very well invested in the real estate space. We discussed the dynamics of their methods, and in the midst of the conversation, it occurred to me that there was nothing extraordinary about how they had built sustainable wealth. It was clear from the conversations, coupled with my knowledge of the operating environment back home here in Nigeria, that the main ingredient for success in real estate is actually information. I remember speaking to a CEO of a fairly successful real estate business engaged mostly in shortlets, who started out simply with an understanding of the market and very little cash. And today she runs a chain of shortlet apartments around Lagos. Mr. Tayo Odunsi, a very good friend of mine and one of the speakers of today, has, along with his partners, built perhaps one of Nigeria's most trusted real estate research and advisory firm, trading critical real estate information. It's no secret that Mr. Olawale Ayilara, another speaker of ours who today has built a multi-million-dollar real estate organization, started out trading information. The list is endless, but the denominator seems common. I came therefore to the conclusion that unlike the very widespread notion about entering or succeeding in the real estate space, money is actually not the major deterrent for venturing or succeeding in the space. Information is. There are also the stories of those who ventured into the industry with nothing other than money and have today had to close shop with a lot of headache and little or no returns. Information in real estate is king. On behalf of the senior pastor of the Covenant Nation Global, Pastor Adepoju Oyemade, and also the chairman of the board of the Covenant Community Groups, under which this summit was birthed, Mrs. Olayinka Oyetunji, I therefore want to welcome us warmly once again to this maiden edition of the Covenant Nation Real Estate Summit. The core purpose of this summit is to attempt to bridge the information gap, not only for those who see real estate as an investment vehicle, but also for those individuals whose simple desire is to own their first home, without also leaving out the professionals in the industry. The truth is that as long as we live in the property or sleep on a piece of land, we are all involved one way or the other in the real estate ecosystem. The summit has therefore been designed as a confluence where major players in both the private sector and in government can share critical information and enlighten the people on how to navigate the real estate terrain. Mr. Olawale Ayilara will take us on a short journey on how to build a successful real estate business in a seemingly tough business environment. Mr. Tayo Odunsi will share vital research information that speaks to real estate trends in a bid to help understand potentials available in the various sectors of the industry. A lot of to-be homeowners do not yet understand the methods available for owning one's home using a combination and also the opportunities available with the NHF using contributions which most of us already make. Dr. Ibukun Adebayo will speak to this. Within the unique operating environment that we find ourselves in Nigeria, another critical aspect in dealing in the real estate space outside of information is due diligence. The difference between a great real estate transaction and potential heart attack is due diligence. We have Mr. Oluwasegun Oyelami to help delve into a bit into that. Yeah, welcome to Nigeria. Sorry again for that breaking transmission. In Lagos State today, there are new laws under the Lagos Real Estate Regulatory Authority, which has direct or indirect impact on everyone. Mrs. Toke Benson Awoyinka, the special advisor to the governor on housing, will be shedding more light on this. Mr. Toyin Ayinde, a well-respected individual within the ranks of Lagos State and a former commissioner of the Lagos State Ministry of Fiscal Planning and Urban Development, will help us understand some of the processes in getting fiscal planning permits and the functions of some of the agencies under the ministry. So many questions around processing of title documents, searching of land titles in the course of due diligence, and the likes. On processes and requirements. Lagos has experienced one too many building collapse in recent times. Apart from the very sad loss of lives, especially to workers and artisans in such buildings, there's also the loss of investment to individuals who may have put their hard-earned monies in such projects. We hope to be able, for instance, to answer some critical questions that individuals may have as touching what to look out for when making such investment decisions, and also to forestall such occurrence within our community in Lagos State. The president of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Architect Enyi Beno Ebo, will be speaking to the roles of the professionals in the industry. Also, to help deal with this issue, we have a member of the 6-man committee inaugurated by the governor of Lagos State to investigate the last major building collapse in Ikoyi, and come up with a white paper and recommendation in the person of Mr. Ekundayo Onojobi. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this summit, our expectation will be that within the little time that we have here, we will have touched on critical aspects that will not only be beneficial to us all, but will also serve as a springboard for future and perhaps more elaborate editions. I welcome you all once again to this maiden edition of the Covenant Nation Real Estate Summit, and hereby at this junction declare this summit open. Thank you very much.
Good morning again. Please let's have another round of applause. So I will now go on to introduce our speakers here with us and panelists. You would like to join me to please welcome Town Planner Mr. Toyin Ayinde, former Honorable Commissioner of Lagos State, Ministry of Planning and Urban Development. You're welcome, sir. Also with us here is Architect Ben Ebo, President, Nigerian Institute of Architects. You're welcome, sir. We also have with us Dr. Ibukun Adedayo, the MD and CEO of Rock Realty Limited. You're welcome, ma'am. Also here with us is Mr. Tayo Odunsi, CEO of Northcourt Real Estate. You're welcome, sir. We also have in our midst Mr. Oluwashogo Oyelami, the counsel at the Anoya Pluris. You're welcome. And we have Mr. Ekundayo Onojobi, Managing Associate Udo Udoma and Bello Osage. And finally, please recognize Mrs. Toke Benson Awoyinka, Special Advisor to the Governor on Housing. Good morning, ma. You are welcome. So I won't waste more time. We'll go on to introduce our first speaker for today. Mr. Olawale Ayilara is a passionate entrepreneur, with over 10 years experience starting and running businesses in the southwest of Nigeria, handling transactions worth over a combined value of over $300 million. Prior to founding Landway, he worked as head business development, creativity, and strategy at Diligence Insights and Innovations, and co-founded Nigerian Property Investment Group, a real estate platform for Nigerians in diaspora. He is a recipient of the 2018 Forbes Africa 30 Under 30 recognition. Olawale is a business strategist that has spent most of his career in business development, innovation, and strategy. Olawale is an alumni of the Lagos Business School, EDC, with an MBA from the Metropolitan School of Business and Management in the UK, Harvard Executive Certification in Real Estate Management, Finance, Design, and Leadership, and still a current student at the Harvard Business School. He sits on the board of over 10 high-profile businesses and is a member of the Sponsors for Young Growing Business Association, a Pan-African association comprising a network of leading African professionals striving in challenging career paths. He boasts about number award recognitions like the most innovative real estate leader, Future Award Business category winner, and media features with the Business Day, BBC, Forbes, amongst many others. In December 2020, Olawale Ayilara was announced the group CEO of Oxygen Holdings, a diversified group of companies with a core focus on real estate, healthcare, fintech, and agriculture. The next voice you will hear is the voice of our speaker, Mr. Olawale Ayilara.
All right. Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for having me. I want to say a very big thank you to the committee for today virtually, and also to the leadership of the Covenant Christian Center, and also to every speaker seated in the auditorium already. Good morning, everybody. I've been asked to speak on a topic, building a real estate business in a tough environment. From my experience, when I started real estate, it was actually it was during recession. It was 2016, 2017. I mean, middle of 2016. So it was world recession was going on at that time, and it was also a very wrong time for anybody that wants to go into real estate as of that time. So it was a lot of mixed feelings about, is this the time to start now, and or should I still wait a bit and then take some time before starting? Because at that time, dollar had, for the first time, gotten to 500 naira to a dollar. So it was that time that I decided I wanted to start my own real estate business. But prior to that time, I was heavily involved in the real estate digital space. pretty much I had so much information about whose products were selling, what customers were buying, how they buy. All this information I had gathered all of them. So I needed to put together that data and put it in a way that I can make my decisions. And I realized that it was the best time to go into real estate at that time. But one thing is very critical when you want to start not only real estate business, but any business. But I'm going to talk about real estate here. People see real estate as a business that, once you start, has a magic touch, and you can almost become a millionaire or a billionaire overnight and all of that. And that is what people see. People see the money. But a lot of people have why. Their why. Why am I starting this business? There's always a bandwagon effect in Nigeria that, okay, once somebody starts a business and is working for them, and they see a flash of success, probably in their friend's life or something, they also want to do the same. So people get to do that a lot. But what I would say is that, because of my time, what I would say is that when you want to start, it's important to understand the reason why you're starting in the first place. Because if you understand the reason why you're starting, is extremely very easy to know how to place yourself within the market. Doing research on the market generally, the economic trends, and all of that. So in that, a lot of people have their why, because when you have the why, it's easy to decide your market and create values that is in alignment with whatever market that you want to cater for, that fits the market that you want to cater for. But in my experience, what I've learned in growing a business in a very tough terrain, I'm here in Harvard currently, and some of my friends, they tell me that, Wale, could you just take some time to rest? I mean, like, I should, rest and, hang out more and all of that. But one thing they don't know is that I'm against his ratio 1:7. I'm sure dollar is 700 now. So they don't understand the amount of the amount of commitment that we need, the amount of push that we need, the amount of effrontery that we need, the amount of all of that we need to grow our business back in Nigeria. So they are probably getting money at single digits. You are now is even crazy now. So running a business in a tough terrain, I would say that one critical factor is, and I'll address two. I mean, buying real estate in a tough terrain and then operating a real estate business in a tough terrain. One of the most important things that I've used to my own advantage is you have to, as a real estate leader or as a real estate entrepreneur, you have to be deliberate about taking yourself away from operations. If you don't do that, it will be very impossible for you to navigate the business day to day. Now, I'll break that down. You must be thinking almost every time. We all think, but I'm talking about thinking about a business, thinking about the next move. You must see what's the worst case scenario that can happen. You must be running a lot of background experiments before you lock in huge investments. That is, if you are operating in a very tough terrain, you know that you might likely lose money if you are making, because as a real estate person, you are making decisions every time. And it starts from There are different ways to start a real estate business, but a lot of people are going into the mainstream now, and the mainstream is too saturated right now. And there are many other areas that people are not even seeing. There are many collaborative areas that people are not seeing, but I'll come to that later. So you are going to be making decisions from location to place your business, in terms of the product that you want to, because real estate is all about the product. You can either be in the product space or you can be in the service space. But what a lot of people know is product. Let's sell land, let's sell houses and all of that. But there are different products that exist within the real estate space, and there are different services also. But I will speak on product because that's mainly what I do. So in you identifying the right product to buy, and in you buying a product, you are not playing with 10,000 naira. You're not playing with 2,000 naira. You're not playing with even 1 million. You're not playing with 50 million. You're playing with heavy amount of money, and you must be thinking critically and find a way to run some experiment to say, okay, if I buy this product is going to cost me 3 billion. This product is going to cost me 4 billion. If I buy this product, because it's possible for you to lose everything. You can buy real estate. You can buy a property, most especially in Lagos. You can buy, and you would, you'll be fighting a lot of battles with indigenes. It starts from the buying process, and in buying process alone, for us at Landway, our buying process sometimes can take about 3 to 4 months, because there's a lot of background analysis going on, especially when we want to be heavily invested. So there's a lot of background work going on, a lot of questions we're asking, a lot of consultants involved in that acquisition and all of that. And not only that, you might not be doing that heavy acquisition. Probably you are doing collaboration. You want to do joint venture with somebody who already has a land and you want to build on it. The major factor here is the ability to think. The ability to think end to end. The ability to think and see and probably tell yourself, why do you want to buy this product? Aside doing the numbers and putting all the numbers together, is this product the right fit for the clients in the market right now? I can remember in 2019, to take on a very big project, and it was going to cost us a lot of money in a very wonderful location. The location, sounds good, but it's not only about the location sounding good, it's about the market that you want to sell to. Do you have a market ready, how like call it that? A market ready, clients that you can sell to. So we're going to buy this product, by the time we and all that about the product, we realized that it will be very hard for us to sell the product at that time. This was 2019. We had no idea COVID was going to happen. But because of a lot of data we were gathering back and information, COVID was not even in the picture. But we're looking at a lot of factors in the economy, a lot of who are the people that we want to sell to, because we always consider two markets, the diaspora market and the local market. What are the kind of products that diaspora markets want to buy, where they want to buy, how can we give them this information? Local markets, where is the financial, that segment of the market that has the financial pool that you need. Because, there are different class of marketing. Let's say you can do extremely low end, you can do the middle end, you can do the high end, depending. And because of this, thinking sessions and all of that, and then in also making our decisions, we're able to decide that it wasn't the best time for us to for us to go along with that product, products that we wanted to buy, and then we decided to go for another one. The other one that we went for took our books from, let's say, 10 to 100 in 2020. That was a COVID year. But if we had gotten the other one, I'm not even sure that we would be able to survive it. Probably we'll be struggling with it. So information is extremely, extremely key. Gathering your data and then finding a way to, because the Bible says that in the multitude of counsel there is safety. You have surrounded yourself with a lot of knowledgeable people who can, because you as an entrepreneur, you have the zeal, you want to jump, but you need a lot of people who can analyze, and then, you still make your decisions, because what you need your management for actually is data. You are the one making the decision. You need them for data. The reason why you need your board is data. Is their experience plus their, is data. You're the king of your, just like the way kings are, you have all those cabinets and all that. But the reason why they're seated there is data. So you must have people who have their head is spinning with, their head is spinning with data and all of that, and it can help you in your decision making. And another critical element that you need in running a business in a very, if I start breaking down the issues that we have in real estate space, running a business in real estate space, there's too much. You're battling with inflation. You're battling with unskilled labor market, because we don't even have, if you're building, there's no school for, all the artisans you're using, they probably learn from somewhere, maybe from one Baba Yemi, and then they learn for 2 years. There's no certification, there's no licensing. So anybody can destroy your work. You hire a plumber and he comes in, and then if anything goes wrong, you'll still be the one to face out the market. The labor market within real estate, a lot of unskilled labor, you're battling with all of that. So you have to be extremely hands-on to supervise your work in terms of quality control, compliance, and all of that. These are things that comes with the terrain. Aside the inflation, aside you trying to you bought a particular property, and then you want to even try to register. You are dealing with a lot of agencies and all these factors. Sorry, I'm trying to get the feedback to see if I'm still online. Okay, so I've been asked to speak up. So you're dealing with a lot of all these factors, but in all of this, I can still tell you that I operate real estate in the UK. I do some little business here in the US and all of that. Nigeria is still the best environment to do real estate as of now. It depends on what you're looking for anyway, but the problems are there. And because the problems are there, it's easy for you to spot opportunities and create value to solve those problems. In all these developed countries, you're just going to fit in. So, but in navigating the tough environment, thinking is critical. Information is key. Studying the market before you make any move is not a space that you can make move based on what you feel. It's beyond what you feel. It's about, as you are gathering, because see, result is what matters in your business, and the kind of results you have in your business is largely dependent on how you operate with wisdom. But wisdom is just experience over time. That is, the experience you've gathered from how you made the decision and how you are. All these elements are very key. The third thing I'll talk about is that you must be extremely, if you're operating in a very tough terrain, this one is very critical now. If you're operating in a tough terrain, like our country, Nigeria, it's important that you are extremely flexible. That is, you must be nimble. No matter the level, the size, the growth of your business, you must be nimble. Nimble means, you must be able to make decisions. You must be able to, even in you making a decision, you must be able to change if you have to change your decisions. Nothing is cast in stone. You are testing, you are tweaking, you are testing, you're tweaking. You're watching the results, the impact you're tweaking. You must be extremely nimble, no matter the level, the size of your business. Don't build a business that is extremely big and you now build a table for yourself with a lot of people that are rigid in how they think, rigid in, okay, this is what we plan. See, as much as you will do all the planning, all the drawing, everything, and all of that, even there's user experience in real estate. That is, if you run out if you release out the product and you have to find a way to get customers' feedback, you have to, at instant, be making some critical changes that you need to make for you to keep meeting the market demand. So you must be extremely nimble, extremely nimble. Because if you are that, as you're making strategic, innovative decisions and all that, because that's the word. All the decisions you will be making in working in a very tough terrain, it must be strategic decisions. Strategic decisions. If I move, because strategy is all about moves. When I move, what would happen? It's just about playing the game of chess. If I move, what will happen? How do I move? First is, how do I
Recording in
move?
progress.
How do I move? Where do I move? All these things is all about, because you must be making strategic decisions. You must be innovating alongside. That's why I started with, if you're running a business in a very tough terrain as an entrepreneur, real estate entrepreneur, you have to find a way to take yourself out of the daily operations, because real estate can create a lot of daily operations that you're dealing with your daily operations and you don't have clear head about the next move. And when you build that business, and then, because when you want to start all these things, and when you start, you're also dealing with clients. You're dealing with clients who don't, they know the environment is tough, but they don't expect that coming to be your client, it will also be, they need to also share the burden of that tough environment. That is, you're saying 2019, you sold a project in 2019, I'm going to deliver for you in June 2020. COVID happened. It takes a while for it to sink. So, where's my property and all of that? But they won't know that, okay, I sold the property in 2019 and now the price is this. I can't ask you for more money, but you've got to give me more time to be able to re-engineer how I source some of my materials and all of that. They really don't, and most especially they are dealing with diaspora clients. They are quick to use the word scam for you, because they know that A is A, B is B. But in Nigeria, your A might be A, B, C, and your A might even be D, thinking that it's A, and then you plan based on A, and then you wake up tomorrow and everything is just D. So it's that kind of terrain that we operate in. But as much as, I said, you have to be nimble, take yourself away from the business and try to always see the next move as you're innovating, and then you're doing your strategic thinking, your strategic decision making and all of that. You have to be researching. You are researching what is happening in the entire market. You want to know who is controlling what. You want to know who is controlling your space. Because there are different segments of the market. You can't cater for all the segments of the market. You can't try to do everything. You must try to ground yourself in one specific area, and then build strength in that area. Let people know you for that aspect of the industry, and then it's easy for you to command the market share within that area of strength that you've built and all of that. But in all of that, it's researching. You're doing all of that. You're studying, because research is what takes you through. you are researching to know what will likely happen in the next 2 years, what will likely happen in the next 6 months, what's going on in the industry, who is that champion that is performing very well in the industry, what's their market size, what's the turnover like, all this information. And you want to know what what are they doing differently that you are not doing? It's all about gathering data, because even all over the world, it's not only Nigeria that is a tough environment. To us, Nigeria is I would say tougher environment, but also there are things happening all over the world. They are also battling with inflation, with all of these things. So almost every entrepreneur in the world now they are dealing with, they will say tough terrain, but we know what the experience is like. I mean, in Nigeria. So when they are talking about their own tough terrain, I just smile. If they put us on this same ring, your problem is not a problem at all. That's what we. If you hear our own problem, you will salute while we are still in business. So also at that time that it looks like a very tough terrain, that the market is, that a lot of, and this applies to even those that want to buy during, because even one of the best times to even buy is during a tough, during what seems to be very tough. How to even buy in a tough environment is a different topic entirely. But I intend to, maybe if I have chance and time, maybe run a masterclass at some point. But also at that time, you are also investing in your brand, right? Because not a lot of people are concerned about brand, most especially in Nigeria. Everybody is chasing transaction. It's about what comes in, what goes out, profit, and all of that. But not everybody has that building to last thinking. That is, I want to build a brand. I want to build a name. I want my name to represent this. As much as you are concerned about transaction, it's also because the power of a brand is something very. People just say brand, but it's a very critical element that determines the long-term game of the business. That when your brand gets to a certain level, you can leverage on so many things. If you get a face cap and then no name, the moment that face cap has Nike, can almost be 10 times in price just because of that logo. You know what I'm talking about. So it's important that you invest in your brand, because also people trust brands. People want to relate with brand. People want to do business with a brand, something that they perceive as, okay, this business is credible. They have a name, because everybody wants to deal with somebody that has a name, because they know that there's a lot of advantage. There's a lot of advantage. Just the way some of us want to buy certain products because of the name and all of that. But also, because of my time, always create valuable products for your market. For your target audience, valuable product. Now, what I'm saying about valuable products, sometimes in a very tough environment, it's not about what you like. I want to build a house, that has a swimming pool on the 5th floor. Your dream might be extremely very nice, good, maybe very elegant. Maybe very, very good for the Dubai market. But when you come to the Nigerian market, based on different times and the buying potential of the market at that time, you must design valuable products that can cater for the financial capacity of the size of market that you want to build your business around. Because sometimes, when it's a tough environment, you might discover that it's not 1 billion naira product that people will be willing to buy. And you might get away with it, maybe 1 or 2 clients a year, but you might see that the financial capacity is within the middle class, or the financial capacity is within the lower class. Because no matter how tough the terrain is, people are still spending money. People are also thinking of how to better their life, what to invest in, and all of that. So all these elements put together it will take a whole take some hours to do justice to this topic, because there is now the critical experience of, okay, what you've done at certain time, giving case scenarios that, okay, when this thing happened, this was how we were able to navigate it, and this is what the outcome was, and then this is how. Because in every economy or in every terrain, aside government policies, the some of the major determinants is the trade and investment. So what is happening? What kind of investment is coming in? What kind of trade is happening? Exchange is happening, and how can you set yourself up? But these are critical. These are critical areas that needs to be looked into. But to round off my point, they say, tough time don't last, only tough people do. And the way to display strength is through what you know and how you get result from what you know. So this is very, very important. How you display strength. Your strength is uh, those decisions that you're making that is generating result for you and all of that. But you must be nimble enough to learn and then relearn and all of that, and then pick all the pieces together and see what you can. I hope this point has been able to help some people to, maybe some points, just like Pareto's principle, maybe 20% of all everything said that is what you implement, and that would transform your business and then give you a clue on how to move along. But no matter how people say that it's impossible, no matter how people say, the times are hard. Some didn't buy real estate when dollar was 85 naira to $1, and some are buying now. So no matter, even if dollar gets to 1,000, we don't pray for that. But if it gets that, you will still. People will still, because in every economy, no matter how the terrain is, people will eat, people will live in a home. And that people need shelter. So you just have to know the kind of shelter that people can afford at that time, or the kind of shelter that you can create, and how to creatively, create a brand out of it, or creatively create a market for yourself out of it, and all of these things. But the most important element in everything I've said is you must be consuming information at the speed of light. That is everything around you. Even at that time, your Instagram becomes a learning tool. You've unfollowed anything that is a major distraction. Your Instagram becomes a learning tool. Anything that you are seeing is helping you internalize some data that can help you make critical decisions that can take your business to the next level. Thank you very much. I hope that has been helpful. Thank you.
are looking to buy our first home. Let me see. Maybe that's why you're here. You're trying to find tips. Okay. All right. How many of us are looking to increase our real estate investment portfolio? Let me see your hand. All right, great. So I think I'm speaking to the right crowd. A lot of what I'll be talking about will sound like I'm speaking only to investors. But whether you are trying to buy a first home, a second home, or trying to increase your investment portfolio, or you want to become an investment, you want to start investing in real estate, that's why I'm here. My good friend Wale, MD of Landway, he said something. He said, the critical thing to getting into real estate is what? Let me see if you are paying attention. Is what? Information. He called it information. He called it data. He called it research. All right? It's essentially information. All right? And that's essentially what I've come to do here today. A lot of the slides that I'll be sharing, some of the content is already in a document that my colleagues at Northcote put together, and I'm sure you have it. Also, just to appreciate my partner and CEO and Director of Research at Northcote, Mr. Ayo Ibaru, is here with me. Please, can we just appreciate him? It was Ayo's team that put together a lot of the things I'll be sharing with you today. I'm just a mouthpiece. Okay, if you don't mind putting up my slides, and we'll just quickly run through it. This morning, I'll be talking to you about investing in the Nigeria real estate market, and I'll give you a little overview and talk about the opportunities. If you can just move to about the fourth slide, content slide. If you can, yes, to the fourth slide. Yes, thank you. So I'll be talking to you basically about two things, right? I will start by highlighting some things about the Nigerian economy. Because most of us, we want to buy our homes here in Nigeria, and you want to invest here in Nigeria. So we'll talk about the economy very briefly and see how real estate sits, in all of that. And we'll talk about real estate market performance a bit. And then I will then go into, investing in real estate in Nigeria. All right? Yes. Okay, so this first slide, and please do not be perturbed by the many charts, right? This first slide essentially summarizes the economy right now. There's no gainsaying that we currently are facing very strong macroeconomic headwinds, right? Heightened insecurity in certain parts, highly inflationary environment. You can see the inflation chart on the lower left-hand side. It just seems to, just be going upward. In church, we always talk about, we'll always go up. Inflation is something you don't want to go up. You want it to come down. So the inflation is just going up. And that's why cost of things just seem to be increasing every day. Sadly, even the government's ability to create revenue is reducing. So there's weakened external reserves. There's this high exchange rate regime. We are officially out of recession, but it still feels like, it's a recessionary environment. Okay? I mentioned declining government revenue, expenditure reserves, ability to borrow. And though I think one of the slides shows the price of crude, the middle right-hand side shows the price of crude. It's not the highest it's been, but it's quite high right now. So which should ordinarily have been a positive for Nigeria because, the government's revenue primarily is from crude. Over 90% of government revenue is from crude, at the federal level at least. But we're not able to tap that as much because, production levels are low. So I was telling my colleague, he suggested I start with a different slide. I said, no, I want to get the bad news out of the way. So everything I've been saying, Sounds like what we don't say in church. We preach the good news in church. But sometimes to highlight the good news is good to show you what the bad news is. And that's the bad news. I'm sure a lot of prayers will be said here and other churches for Nigeria's economy tomorrow. And we should. But my next slide is of greater importance. Or maybe not necessarily greater importance. It excites me a little more. And that's my slide on the Nigerian people. The first slide talks about the Nigerian economy, and it's a little gory. But my next slide is on the Nigerian people. Now, when you're talking about Nigerian people, we are the fastest growing population amongst our peers, the OECD countries. We are experiencing significant growth in private sector-led production and entrepreneurship. We are currently experiencing a lot of traction when it comes to our creative space, technology, agri and real estate industries. One of such shining lights is Landway, that Wale who has just spoken. Younger entrepreneurs are leveraging technology to leapfrog the infrastructure deficiencies. Traditional business requires you to have an office, have a printer, have a secretary, have generator, have this, that. But younger entrepreneurs are just sitting down in front of a laptop, connecting with other people by in their garage, in their room, and creating wealth. That's all. Their laptop. And then they're hiring people. When the announcement was made, my result, I co-found a construction technology company, a PropTech company, property technology company. And we have team members in the UK, we have team members in Abuja, in Lagos, in Jos, in Port Harcourt. We have team members all over Nigeria. And we work primarily remotely. And by God's mercy, we are creating wealth. And people are just getting their salaries in their accounts, and the economy is just flowing like that. And there's several companies like that, right? So younger entrepreneurs are leveraging technology to leapfrog infrastructure deficiencies. Remittance by our diaspora is trumping foreign investment. So I remember growing up, we were always talking about the importance of foreign direct investments, the importance of foreign portfolio investments. But there's another type of foreign revenue, which is remittances, which is Nigerians like you and I abroad that send money in. If you look at the lower right-hand chart, you can see 19.2 billion US dollars. That's foreign remittances. That's remittances. Since it trumps both FPI and FDI. That's 2021 figures. And historically, it has always trumped and been higher than FDI and FPI. And this is the story of Nigerian people. Now, my question to you as I go into my conversation on real estate is, which one are you going to bet on? The Nigerian economy or the Nigerian people? The reason why I ask this is that I know, I saw someone's post yesterday on one of the social media handles, and he said, all these people that are japping are making us feel, like those of us that don't want to japa, they are making us feel like we're doing something wrong. Like there's something we don't know. Like we are not wise enough. Right? And aside from the fact that I agree with that, there was another conversation I had yesterday. And I know that many of us are people of faith. We need to understand that what we're experiencing now has happened before and may likely happen again. In fact, my mother tells me that about the time I was born, I won't tell you so that you don't guess my age. There was a lot of jackpine that time. Those that can just guess will know that I'm talking about the SAP period. There was a lot of jackpine at that point in time. And it was even a consideration for her as well. But at this particular time, I feel that Many people are leaving their position, leaving their place, and relocating themselves for economic reasons primarily. Now, when the tide turns, will you be able to get that position again? And I'm seeing it happen in real estate. Maybe I should just quickly move into land and residential. You can move into land and residential. If you look at a lot of the charts that I have here, whether you start by looking at the lower left-hand side, where we talk about vacancy rates. So for the past 9 years at Northcote, we've tracked the vacancy levels of the 3 major cities in Nigeria. We track it and we publish it every 6 months. It's on our website. You can download that. Consistent trend that vacancy rates are reducing. Now, I ask myself, if people are jackpotting so much, from that real estate investment. That's a core real estate investor. Now, if you are a value-add real estate investor, you want to take on what we call moderate risk. So you don't wait for the property to be built before you invest. But what you do is you look for properties that maybe are a little derelict, so you can add some capital to it, touch it up a bit, and then you can sell it or rent it out. That way you make a little more money. All right? In America, they call that. Or you can be an opportunistic real estate investor, whereby you want to take on a good level of risk, right? And you want to make quite a good amount of money. So you go into development, or you actually buy the property off plan from a developer, so that you're buying it at a lower price, all right? And then you can make much more money towards the end, because once you enter very low, towards the end, when the developer has finished building, or you are even the developer, you're able to sell for higher, and so you make more money. Is everyone following? Are you following very well? Please forgive me, I'm a teacher, so I always like to get some feedback. Now, in between core and value add, we have core plus, and in between and above value add, we can also have a vulture type of investor. A vulture type of investor are those type of investors that all they are looking for is properties that are salvage, all right? They are looking for auction properties. They are looking for properties that banks have foreclosed on, what are they called? Distressed assets. They are looking for distressed assets where they can make a huge killing. How many vultures do we have in the house? I have some clients, they will just say, Tayo, how far now? Any distressed asset? Or do you know someone that needs cash? Once you say, yes, I know someone that needs cash, you say, how much is the property? You say, he wants to say 100 million. He has already heard that the guy needs cash. He just say, I can pay tomorrow. Say, but I'll pay 50. They behave like drug dealers. They'll just dangle that cash in front of you. Say, I can pay tomorrow. In fact, sometimes they just say, send me his account number first. So you call the client, or send your account number. Then later you now say, but it's 50 million. Oh. So at that point, the guy too say, this guy that's collected my account number, he hasn't yet inspected. Say, no problem, I'll do 70. All right. I want to teach you something today that I came up with in my doctoral research. Just looking at my focus on my PhD is on African real estate markets. And just looking at how the markets behaved. From an investment perspective, I came up with 4 things, right? I've spoken to the Ally group about this before, but I thought it was very critical to share with the larger house. Please, can we have the slide? When it comes to real estate investments, there are 4 things we can look at. All right? We can look at real estate on risk and return based on use, class. We can look at them based on construction status. We can look at them based on age of the location. And we can look at them based on the location class. Ladies and gentlemen, with this information, you can move to number 1. Next slide. With this information, I want you to then decide what considerations you are going to make when you want to invest. Is that ideal? So based on these 4 things, I want you, as I'm going through it, be giving yourself your mark, what you want to invest in, all right? And you can take that away. Now, there are different types of uses that real estate can be put into. Largely speaking, residential, commercial, and then operational. Residential real estate, that's houses. No argument about that. Commercial real estate, that's office, shops, industrial. No argument about that. Operational real estate. Who is here in operational real estate for the first time? Let me see your hand. That's good. Good. I even expected more hands. Operational real estate is real estate that derives its revenue from the use that is being put there, the business use that is being used on that real estate. So, for example, co-working. Co-working businesses are operational real estate. It does not have life unless it is operated. There's, like a manager, someone that handles things and all of that. The same way co-living. Co-living requires, a concierge that lets people in, cleans, makes sure everything is going well, and all of that. Shortlets can also qualify as operational real estate, right? So these uses enjoy more return. However, back on my slide, they are more risky. So operational real estate is more risky. There are more things to consider, but they make you more return in exchange. Residential is not so risky. It's not as risky. It makes decent return. Commercial is in the middle, and you make middle return. Number 2. So pen down which one you are interested in. Number 2, based on construction status. When a project is completed, it's less risky. What you see is what you get. You already know what you are getting. So the return is lower because the developer will charge you full price. He has already built it to tell you this is the price and you go or you don't buy. If it is ongoing, it's at middle range. So that's still a good time to buy. If it is off plan, it's very risky. You need to do your due diligence. You need to make sure that the developer is someone you can trust and all of that. So it's much more risky. All right? But you also get the return for it. So you need to tell me today, which one are you? Number 3. Based on the age of the location, you can also determine the risk-return profile. In older locations, where the location has already matured, generally speaking, the growth rate in an old location, both mathematically and otherwise, the return is always lower. All right? In a mid-range location, the return is also mid. But in a new location, the return is higher. And this is just a mathematical thing. Now, I want you to follow me as I do this math. So if we say land in Lekki Phase 1, for example, is 200,000 in 2021, and it grows to become 220,000 in 2022. How many percent growth is that? That's 10%. It was 200,000 in 2021. It grew to become 220. That's 10% growth, right? Now, let's move down to, where should we move to? Let's move to Ekpe. If we say land in Ekpe in 2021 is 20,000 per square meter, and in 2022, it moves by that same 20,000, it becomes 40,000 per square meter. How many percent increase is that? 100. In fact, if it even increases by just 10,000 to 30,000, how many percent is that? 50. So mathematically speaking, smaller numbers quickly increase in percentage than bigger numbers. And the idea is that, can you leave my slide up, please? Older locations will tend to have bigger numbers per square meter. So even just a little, a big increase would be represented by a smaller percentage growth. But in a new location, which would typically have a smaller number, it will have a bigger percentage growth, mathematically speaking. Now, as an investor, what is important to you is that percentage increase, because that is how your money is being doubled. Because if you invest 1 billion in Banana Island and it increases by 100 million, and that's 10%. If you invest that 1 billion in that Ekpe and it increases by that 50%, that's what? 1.5 billion. So it's that percentage increase that is critical to you as an investor. All right? Is everyone following? Number 4, because my time is up. By location class as well. In high-end locations, we find that the growth typically tends to be slower. In mid locations, the growth is a little faster. And in low locations, the growth is the fastest. Now, many developers, many of you that are would-be developers in the house, I'm sure your mind is on Ikoyi. How many of us want to be Ikoyi developers? Ikoyi is good, but pay attention to this as well. There are many other locations you can go to that enjoy faster and higher returns, but they tend to be more risky to build. If you build in Lekki Phase Swarm, VI, Ikoyi, you know what you are building, you know what you are getting, you give it to the best of contractors, and you just sit at home, you just do the right thing, you're okay. But if you go to some newer locations that are low end, you may not be able to afford the best of contractors. So, there's a lot of moving around to do. But when all is said and done, you have the potential to make the highest return. I hope we're all paying attention and writing which class we want to invest in. All right? Thank you. Next slide, please. And this will essentially be my final slide. So, having said all of that, I guess the final thing to talk about is use classes. And this is where, land, this is where I wanted to talk about land, right? Now, I want you to see land as three types of land. Three types of land. Nascent land, site and service, and new towns. Nascent land, site and service, and new towns. Nascent land is essentially land in a very new location. In fact, you are a pathfinder if you go and develop there. Okay? Site and service and new towns. All these three types of land, most people in this room can potentially invest in one of them because the entry barrier tends to be low. You can then start moving towards mid investments in residential, commercial, and maybe doing greater investments in the high-end side of things. But when you begin to consider this full spectrum as your real estate investment spectrum, you are no longer limited to only certain uses. Because a lot of times when we talk about real estate investment, people always just think, I must build a house, I must do this. There's a broad spectrum of things that you can do. And that's essentially what I've tried to show you today. We can just go through the last couple of slides. A lot of the information that we have shared are available, in our reports, that are available on our websites. If you go through even these documents, it's an abridged version of, I think the Nigeria Real Estate Macro Review that we just published is about 96 pages, right? 80 pages, right? And we've just condensed it into these 4. But there's a lot of information. Like Wale said, like Lalo had said, you need information to get into real estate. And a lot of this is available for free, from Northcourt. It's been a great pleasure sharing these thoughts with you. Thank you so much for the kind opportunity.
Let's see a round of applause. It literally took us to school. PhD material things. Abi? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank
Yeah.
God I'm not lonely up here. You guys have been enjoying company. I have company.
Yes, my name is Omo. I'm working with her. I've been doing let me use a real estate term, the low-end job of researching and giving her materials to come. But now I've decided to take a huge risk by coming up here by myself. And so that if the mic is bad, you not shout on my friend alone. You can shout on both of us. But hey, my name is Omo. It's a pleasure and a delight to be here. Thank you once again, Mr. Tayo. I was struggling to keep up with the notes I was taking. Please, is it that you dash us this slide or I'll be... Please, a round of applause for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. We're going to move quickly now. Our time is fast spent, and it's a panel session that we're going into now. Because we want us to interact, we know that the best way to learn many times is not just to stand and have someone, so it's not for someone to stand and just keep pouring knowledge and knowledge, but many times you already have questions. And by the time you channel the questions to whoever is here, it's easier for you to get the answer that you require. Am I right?
Yes, you're correct. So I'll go on ahead to call the following panelists, and they will be speaking on government participation in the real estate sector.
Yes. That part that is very... That's all I like to say. Regulation is something that is supposed to enhance business, but sometimes, as Mr. Ilara said, our environment is tougher. So regulation can be a bit tough. And so we go into the panel session, and the panelists are...
We have Mrs. Toke Benson.
Mrs. Toke Benson. Please, a round of applause for Mrs. Toke Benson. Madam, I'm a gentleman. I'd like to help you up. Okay. I believe other than my the compare for today, this is the first female we're having here, so she deserves a better round of applause. Come on.
Mrs. Toke Benson is the special advisor to the governor on housing. You're welcome, ma.
Ma, I should have doubled for you. Special advisor to governor on housing.
Why, you want free house from government?
Well, Lagos homes. I mean, who doesn't want free things?
Shoot your shot, though.
I have shorties already. Ma'am, your DM.
We also have Mr. Toyin Ayinde.
Please, a round of applause for Mr. Toyin Ayinde. They said that the glory of the older one is gray hair, and the glory of the youth is his strength. As you can see, me, I'm young. Everything is black. But Mr. Ayinde here is a bit gray, and I'm sure he brings a wealth of experience to bear in our conversation today. Thank you so much for coming to be with us.
Mr. Toyin Ayinde is the former Honorable Commissioner, Lagos State Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development.
Babe, we are sorted.
Amen.
My wife is here.
Amen.
SSA, Honorable Commissioner. Let me call another name. SA, rather. I put the SS because senior special.
We also have Mr. Olayinka Wasiu.
Mr. Olayinka Wasiu. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, I like your cap.
Mr. Wasiu is the Director, Land Regularization, Lagos State Lands Bureau.
Lawyers.
You're welcome, sir.
And finally, not finally.
No.
We have Mr. Mr. Ekundayo Onojobi, a legal practitioner that was called to bar the same year I was called to bar. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Ekundayo Onojobi. But this is not fair. We have, okay, great. Sir, can you move here? It's balanced now. So that lawyer and lands registry will be battling here. I'm joking. And the moderator for this session is our governor, not Governor Sanwo-Olu, governor of the community group, essentially the real estate community group, Mr. Laolu Alabi. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Laolu Alabi.
Welcome, sir.
A few housekeeping. Please, as this starts, you have questions from wherever you are. Please write the questions. I believe we have ushers.
Yes, we have ushers.
The gentlemen or the ladies in white jeans, white shirt, a white top, and a jean pants or jeans.
Gyms.
Please write your questions, and then we can find our way to pass it to them for them to answer. Thank you so much, sirs. Please, once again, a round of applause for this panel session.
Thank you very much. Good morning again. I think we're in the afternoon. Good. Thank you very much, our co-panelists. Thank you very much for your time. We're going to try to make this as quick as possible, but more importantly, we're going to try to extract as much value from our panelists. As you can see, they are key individuals in the government, and they are people that have wealth of experience and can help us. I think one of the things we need to do is we need to understand how the government entities are actually meant to help facilitate, and not, as the case may be, put a clog in the wheel of businessmen and people that are looking to make investments in real estate. So we brought people who we believe can help us shed some light, so that we don't run foul, of the law, more importantly, and then we do all that we need to do. I'm going to start with they say ladies first. So I'm going to start with the special advisor to the governor on housing, Mrs. Toke Benson Aoyinka. She is a very knowledgeable person, very respected woman. And then she also, I know that, for instance, Lagos State just started, some laws were passed recently, last year, which affects everybody, both the real estate agents and all of that. Can we understand? So we have some people saying that, is government just trying to raise revenue and all of that, or it's really a form of helping people coordinate themselves better, not to take advantage, because we know that there are also people that have taken advantage of people in the name of real estate and all of that. So can we just have a little bit more expansion on why the Lasrera laws and what is expected of us?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon. It's a beautiful day for me here today. And the reason why is because you have brought us into a community of people interested in real estate, a community of people who are actually partakers of real estate. Every individual, every citizen of Lagos, if not Nigeria, should own a piece of real estate. If you do not own a piece of real estate, you would reside in a piece of real estate. When you go commercial, it is real estate. When you do residential, it is also real estate. So real estate goes beyond where you live and where you work. It's everything that around you that is real. So the Lasrera law is actually not a new law. There was a law that was passed in 2006, I believe, and it was the Estate Agency Regulatory Authority law. It focused more on agents rather than developers. At that time, Lagos was not this brickstone that it has become. There's an influx of people into Lagos on a daily basis. And so there's that lacuna in housing. There's a deficit. And we're trying to breach that gap in housing. We as government cannot do it. It is not our job to build houses for people to live in. But it is our responsibility and our duty. And we signed a social contract with the people at the beginning of this administration. And that contract is to preserve and protect lives and property of individuals. So I'll give you a short story. On the first day, my first day in office, a mob came, and the mob went to the Lagos State House of Assembly. And one of the honorables called and said, there's people carrying placards, and some of the inscriptions had my name on it. And of course, knowing that I had just been appointed special advisor on housing. And I said, can you find out what the problem is? He said, 200 and something people had just been defrauded in Ketu Alakbere. So he told them to come over to my office. We met with them. There's a certain developer who had built a 15-unit structure and had sold to over 200 people. And the placard came and said, Governor Sanwo-Olu, help us. Special Advisor Housing, come to our rescue. So we say when the transactions begin, we're not aware. But when it goes wrong, the next port of call, and the only place of call, is government. So we addressed them, we spoke to them, we initiated criminal proceedings against the developer. Most times there's the owner of the land and who has also contracted a developer. The developer has agents. The agent has marketers. So the value chain is long, it's huge, and there's hardly one particular person to hold. So most times the owner of the land says, I employed a developer. I don't know where he is. the citizens are suffering. Who comes to the rescue of the citizens? Government. So we looked at the 2006 laws and we thought it would be better for us to improve on it and get something that is suitable for modern day Lagos. And we expanded it to include not just the agents who were marketing, but also the developers, because the developers are the ones who build. And they're not just the developers, but also the landowners, and that's why the Lands Bureau is also here. So that value chain is what we intend to, that was the intent of the law, to make sure that everybody is captured. So one of the things that we have asked that people do is, once you have decided to go into real estate, the first thing we'll expect you to do is register that organization. If it's an organization, registered. If it is a sole proprietorship, let us know what it is and what you do, so that when such matters occur, we know where you are. We no longer want a Lagos that has briefcase developers or briefcase agents that we cannot get them when things like this happen. We've been saddled with a lot of petitions, and those petitions come by the day. Known developers, known organizations, some unknown. If I reel down the number of petitions we've had and the number of citizens that we've had to come to their rescue, some of them were still in court with them. Some we have gotten for features on their properties, and Lagos is going to sell those properties and give the monies back to the people who had been defrauded, the victims. But the aim of the law is to have a database. Some of our speakers spoke about diaspora. The people in the diaspora also want credible people that they can actually deal with. We already have a website where you can go to and say, okay, Lagos State has done due diligence. ABC and Co. Company is a reputable real estate firm I can deal with. Toke Benson and Co. Agency is a reputable agent I can speak to. So those are the things that we have looked at in coming up with the law. Revenue was the last thing on our minds when we were actually looking at those situations. Thank you.
Awesome. Let's give her a round of applause for that. Thank you so much. I think that that sheds a lot of light, because you have people. So for instance, I remember I went to one of my sites. I run a real estate development firm, and I saw. I was actually on site, and then the lady came and then she put a notice on the wall. I had to call them back and say, what's this notice? Say, it's from La Sierra. We're supposed to, this is a notice for us to go and register. And I said, what if we can say that we didn't see that notice. I imagine that you should have come in, ask for people, and then hand so that we know that you were actually served, as opposed to pasting it and then taking a picture and say, we served you, because anything could happen and we would say, we didn't see that notice. But thank you so much for shedding. I guess it's a feedback, so that people can, we all need to do the right things. More importantly, we need to build the city of Lagos and Nigeria, as the case may be, together. And which is why we brought the government to say, okay, what are the things that we need to do so that we do not feign ignorance, that we did not know that these are the things that we're supposed to do. Next, immediately, so that we have, our time is already fast spent, we'll be speaking also to the former commissioner, the former honorable commissioner, Ministry of Housing, Fiscal Planning and Urban Development. And then we want to ask, so one of the biggest issues that people have is the issue of planning permits. Now, it's not an excuse to move to sites because the government is delaying your permit. And there's been several conversations, even during like I said to you, I was at this the meeting we were at last week where the stakeholders were brought together after the last collapse, and you were also at that meeting. How is the government trying to help with processing of permits? There are the agencies you need to talk to. There's the LASPA, there's the LAPSCA, there's the safety agencies and all of that. How are we able to work within all of these agencies and still make sure that people are able to do the right thing without stress? Not getting beauty permits over 1 year.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me thank you for the opportunity to be here. One of the things about having assignments is that people tend to locate you in that assignment, even when you are long gone. So what was used to describe me there is former commissioner. I'm actually also the national president of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners. And in 55 days, that will also be a past assignment, you know. So I'm just doing it. Thank you. Now, the reason that we have planning offices is so that we can ensure that the developments that we carry out are legally backed. Because every development is supposed to have some kind of legal status. And so there are planning laws, even if we do not plan. And this is not peculiar to Lagos. By the way, Lagos is far ahead of the rest of Nigeria in terms of investing in development plans. We're supposed to have plans for our cities. In fact, plan for Nigeria. And then it devolves to the regions, the geopolitical regions. It devolves to the state. When a state has a regional plan expressing how it will develop, then it devolves to the cities within that state, the towns within that state, the villages, the neighborhoods, and until you are able to see your individual sites. Those who are in the design field, whether architecture, engineering, will understand this, that you go from the general to the specific. So in getting those developments identified at the local level, there are regulations, there are laws that have been put in place to ensure that people situate their proposals in the right places. And ordinarily, supposed to be a seamless transaction, seamless process. In fact, it was when I came to government that a process that you called pre-screening started. People in that generation, apart from being military, very disciplined. So he asked, Town Planner Ide, how long will it take for me to get my approval? This is a military man. As at that time, in Lagos State, they say if you put in your application, you don't know when you will get it. So I didn't want to commit myself. So I asked the man, can you give me a few days to do some legwork? So I got the drawings from all of the consultants and went to the planning office, to the department where they will screen the architect's drawings. Can you look at these drawings? Any problem? They said, no problem. I took the engineering drawings to the structural engineers and the soil test. The soil test was defective, so automatically the engineering drawings was affected. I took it back to the engineer, and he made his amendments. When he made the amendments, I brought them back, and I said, are they okay? I said, they are okay. And then ditto electrical and mechanical. And then, of course, the planning report, I also took to the department, and they said nothing was wrong. Everything was okay. I went back to the man. I said, the day they acknowledge our payment, let's count 4 weeks. So, we paid, and the payment was acknowledged. And then I put in the proposal, and all I began to say was, you remember that drawing? You remember the architect's drawing? He signs. You remember the engineering drawings? You remember the report? In 4 weeks, we were able to get that approval. So when I came to government, I said, Okay, what we should do is that every proposal should pass through a pre-screening, and you look at everything. And of course, I had the executive power as commissioner, and I said, once you declare this pre-screening as finished, you say the drawings are okay, the documents are okay, and the applicant puts in the drawings here, he should go and wait for his approval. If I hear that any other thing comes up, then you will get a query. So in those days, within 6 weeks, you will get an ordinary 3 to 4 floors, even 6 floors, you will get it out. And when it gets as far as the governor, within 4 to 6 months maximum. I met those that had done 7 years when I was commissioner. And it was when I got there that they were cleared. So really, there is no rocket science about these things. These are processes, which many developers, by the way, do not bother to find out. You know, the way we do business in Nigeria is funny. Somebody wants to go into haulage business. So he's going to buy 50 trucks. He's not going to think about where to park those 50 trucks. It's when they arrive at the port that he will now bring them on the street. So when the people are complaining, you say they don't like people who do business in this area. But that's not the truth. So many times people go into construction without finding out what they're supposed to do. I think when we do that, we will reduce the bottlenecks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. I think yesterday I was at one of the district offices in Ikeja, and I took a picture of a stand-up banner that they have there, and the picture said you should get your approval in not more than 10 working days after pre-screening. So I took the picture because it looked interesting, that, 10 working days after pre-screening, that's 2 weeks, basically. So I walked in the office and I just met a DO, a district officer, and I asked her, have you been able to achieve 2 weeks? She said, oh, yes, by all means. Once you have gone through pre-approval, the pre-screening stages, as a matter of fact, one of our KPIs from the government now is when they check the dates the file was opened, and that file has been there for more than 10 days, then somebody gets a query that what is, and I hope that those things actually, work, and happen, because it would help a lot. Developers, imagine you can get your approval in, we would have less defaults, because I find that more and more, because Lagos State is putting a lot of stringent laws, but developers are also realizing that if it is possible to get these things as soon as possible, due diligence, then there's no reason for anybody to default, and I believe that we would only get better in Lagos State, Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Sir, so I'm coming to you, sir. Is there anyone here that has had any issue with land titles, trying to confirm whether a land exists or not? Do I have anybody? Landsborough, sir. Again, I don't know if Omonile is in your purview also. Because,
we talk about everything.
Oh, I see. How easy is it right now to do your due diligence on land? So that people do not get swindled unnecessarily. There's so much, this land belongs to Lagbaja, belongs to Tamedo. People are trying to buy properties, they're not even sure who owns the land. How easy is it now in the Lands Bureau to do all of this due diligence? And then also, if you want to touch up on Omonile, what is the stand of the government on this? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Lands, I'm even surprised that when the question as to whether you have problems with land and land transaction, very few people raise up their hand. I was thinking everybody will raise up their hand, because we know that the usual problem we have in the state has a lot to do with land and the transaction that goes on land. But be that as it may, because state government is doing so much to make land transaction a seamless thing. The past administration invested heavily in digitization of our entire process in lands. And this administration has taken up the challenge. And this administration has made it known that before the year runs out, most of the transactions that you'll be doing on land will be done digitally and online. We're doing it in such a way that at the comfort of your office, at the comfort of your home, you can make inquiries about land. You can initiate the process of perfection of your titles right from your home and from your office. To that effect, we have deployed a system we called Momentum System. This Momentum System would allow you lodge your application at your home, then you will now be checking the process online up until when you have to make all the necessary payments to government. And when the payments were made, the the titles to your property will be given to you. And then the issue of due diligence and how you go about it. Presently, you need to come to Alausa to do your due diligence. You come to land registry. We have a system that we call electronic management system that has been in operation. You'll be given a slot at the land registry. You get in there, you make your payment, you conduct your search on the system. But this Momentum System is taking over that process. So rather than you coming to land registry to do all of that, you can do all of that from the comfort of your home without coming to lands. And as it is now, the way my permanent secretary always paint it, he always say that when you are constructing a road, there's bound to be a traffic gridlock. So as it is now in lands, we have that traffic gridlock because we are transforming from analog to digital. So in such process, we have to upload all the files that we have presently onto the system. And it has to be done in a chronological order. Chronological order in the sense that events, transaction on lands come in chains. Chains in the sense that you would have a route, then you have subsequent transaction. For example, a route would have certificate of occupancy or land titles that we have in the LOMO for each part of the state. And chronologically as it has been arranged in land, then place the current transaction on it. On the issue of Omonele, definitely where there is sugar, you will see ant. The Omoneles are the ants that are covering the sugar, which is land in the state. It's a major problem. And the problem, what brings about such problem is that as we speak now, there are so many people that are entering Lagos, and they are entering Lagos with the intention to stay. They are not entering because they want to just have few days spent, then go back to where they're coming from. It's a major problem. Influx of people to Lagos. The urbanization process and everything is so high. And again, if you look at it, when you get to Lagos, Lagos is like America of Nigeria. is just thinking of putting shelter on their head. On most occasions, though you will say that ignorance of the law is not an excuse at law, but will you blame them? What they want is just to say that this place belongs to me. Because as they are in Lagos, people in the village are looking up to them. They are sending their children to them. You have to accommodate this person and you have to make him great because we know that you are great in Lagos today. So they need where to keep all these children. So rather than making inquiry as to what the status of the land is, you just see them buying land unknowingly from these indigenous landowners. On most occasions, they buy the land that has been earmarked for projects by Lagos State government. In Lagos State, we have two types of acquisition. We have committed acquisition, we have non-committed acquisition. Our committed acquisition, we have committed them for projects. And that is where you see all these private estates coming up. Because we know in Lagos State, we pay so much a regulatory function. We give land to private developers here and there. Along Lekki corridors, you see most of them. The HFPs of this world, VGC, the Royal Garden Estate and the stuff, you have all of them there. They were allocated a large chunk of land so that they can make available properties, residential properties for the people in the state. But there are so many other land that we have kept in our land bank to say that in future, though we have not determined what we're going to use this land for as of today, but we have plans for this land in future, then we keep all those land. But you see all these indigenous landowners, after the Land Use Act of 1978 by its Section 1 has vested the land and the governor of the state to administer and manage for the use of the citizens of the state, after the state government has magnanimously given excision to these indigenous landowners to say that we're giving you this for the extension of your villages and settlement, where the likes of the Ojomus of this world, Oniru of this world, Elegushi of this world has gained from today, where other parts of the state, when you go to Ikorodu, Badagry, and Ekpe, we have given excision to the indigenous landowners just to make sure that they have a stake in the land, despite the fact that the law has vested the land in the governor of the state. After selling what has been given to them, you see them still coming back to what the state has reserved for developmental purposes in future. Because, we can't develop the whole of the state as it is now. And we have our master plans that has been reviewed every 5 years, thanks to the Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development. So we review all these master plans every 5 years to see how they work and how we can change things within those master plans. But you discover that all these people, they will still move on to this land. But again, Lagos State government will be magnanimous to the extent of saying that, okay, you have jumped on some of this land. Some of this land I can't live for you. I will demolish because we have a certain use for this land. That is why you see demolition coming up here and there at times. But some will decide to say that, okay, we won't demolish, we would regularize. And that was what brought about the Directorate of Regularization, where today I'm the director of. Before now, we have had something we call ratification in the state. Ratification means you are erroneously bought a government land. Then instead of us saying that we'll move in and demolish the structure, okay, we'll ratify your interest on the land. Then in those days, the process of ratifying interest in land spanned between different ministries. It would commence from Ministry of Physical Planning. The file comes to Lands Bureau. Lands Bureau will work on it, send it to Environment if need be, send it to Loma for clearance if it need be, send it to Ministry of Agric if need be. After doing all of that, we'll now send it to the office of the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in the state for the endorsement of Certificate of Occupancy. But during the tenure of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he felt that we've been putting masses into a lot of stress. So rather than saying that you move all these files from ministries to ministries, why don't you create something that you call a one-stop shop, where you have all these professionals working in different offices pulled together under one umbrella? Then that was how the Land Regularization Directorate was set up in those days, during the time of Ashwaju. Then till date, we've been on it. And what we do now is we look at areas where has been bastardized. It's unfortunate that the state is growing organically. Ordinarily, we're supposed to be following the plans that are in place as produced by the Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Developments. Different stages of plan, like the President Nigerian Institute of Town Planners has just said here. But most of these plans, rather than, we try as much as possible to implement them, but the masses, the poor people in the state, make it difficult for us to implement it. The Lagos State is the only state where I see that construction work will start on a Friday. By Monday, they are decking, placing the first floor decking. Yes, it's only in Lagos State that you see that a structure of like 2-3 floors will be concluded within the space of 3-4 months. It's difficult. We have difficult people around, and we're facing the problem. But, this regularization of a thing, those areas where we feel that if we have to move in to demolish, United Nations, Amnesty Internationals, and things like that, will be making so much noise to say that, why do you have to make people homeless? Fine, it's difficult. We don't want to make people homeless. But look at, this is something that we have put in place, and this is something we believe should follow the normal process of doing things. But these people, they are encroached. Okay, no problem, regularize. So Lagos State is so magnanimous that we are doing so much of that for the people of the state. Presently, Lekki Corridor before now, we don't regularize. But because of the way they had bastardized our land and things like that, we've been able to carve out certain areas for regularization of interest. Ikorodu and Ekpe, before now, we don't regularize at all. But most of the agric land, we have something we call land bank. Land banking is where you keep your land for future use. And when we are land banking, what we normally what the use we normally give such land is agric use. Agricultural use, because we believe that when we are even giving you title for agricultural purposes, we're giving you just 25 years. Within the space of 25 years, we can say that, okay, we want to make use of this land for this purpose. And we tell you, okay, hey, move up, because we need to do this thing. And that is why when you are allocated agric land, you're not meant to put in any permanent structure on the land. So it becomes easier for us when we want to move in and now say that we want to use it for the purpose we believe will be beneficial for those people that live within that neighborhood. But unfortunately, almost of all the agric land we have within Ikorodu and Ekpe has been heavily encroached upon. So when Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development was reviewing the master plan, the Ikorodu master plan and Ekpe master plan, they had no choice other than to now recognize some of these places as residential use. And when you say they are residential use, and these are the set of people that will be pestering government to say that we don't have roads, we don't have drainage system, we don't have electricity and things like that. Did I tell you to encroach on my land? To the extent that you are now telling me that I have to still provide road and drainage for you. But like I always say, Lagos State is so magnanimous. We won't look at all of this. We'll still move in, create road, create drainages and everything for them. So what we now do is urban rehabilitation. So we have to regenerate those areas, because now you can't say that, hey, you want to demolish to now create roads and things like that. So it becomes a palliative measures where you now look at a way of meandering the roads and the drainages around the existing development that you have. And so now we have started regularizing the interest of people within those areas. Like Mr. Odusi asked when he was delivering his lectures there, that who are the stakeholders on lands, or who are those investors in lands? I discovered that very few people raised up their hand. We are all investors in lands. We are all investors in lands. You are either an investor in land by way of procuring interest in land, which is maybe by way of assignment or something. You are an investor in land by way of creating a lease or tenancy in lands. For example, if you are renting an apartment in an area, you are an investor in land. So you want to rent an apartment where government will move in tomorrow to say that though after paying for 1 year or 2 years, as the case is in some part of the state, then we want to demolish. So you are a stakeholder in that land. So we are all stakeholders. So what I will just tell all of us, the room is open. We operate open door policies in land. If you want to buy land, if you want to do anything in land, walk up to us. We are always available to assist. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was quite extensive. Our time is fast spent, but we have some questions. I mean, there are questions here for Mrs. Benson, but for some of them, they are not. I'm looking at them like this is not under her jurisdiction, But once we hear government, your government, please answer my question. But yeah, she said she'll try. I'll just take a comment from Mr. Ekunda just before I come back to Mr. Toke Benson. Thank you so much, sir, for that extensive. Mr. Ekunda, you were one of the members of the committee that was inaugurated by Governor Sanwo-Olu, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, after the collapse in Ikoyi. And then, I know that a lot of the things are in public space, some things are not in public space. Very briefly, can you share because this is for us to learn, some of the findings, or what you would say recommendations based on some of the findings you guys, went through, in that collapse, because it was something that really rocked us in Lagos State. And there's been one too many, just share some of the findings or what you would say, based on what you found out. What are the issues?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. To the extent that the information that we can disclose, I'll share some of them. So the very first one is that the collapse was a systemic failure, a failure of everybody on the value chain. You had issues on the part of the government, you had issues on the part of the regulators, you had issues on the part of the developer, as it were. Fortunately, I have my chairman here, so he's able to sign off on what I'm able to say and what I'm not able to say. However, let me flip it this way to say that one of the lessons from that committee, and this goes particularly to those of us that will be looking at purchasing developer-type property. The landscape has changed. Gone are the days where someone tells you, I have a property off plan, and you just buy and you put your money down there and then you wait at the end of the line to get your property. The landscape has changed because if anything happens in between, you will lose both the property, and chances are that you may lose your investment. Case in point, the Ikoyi building collapse where the developer was, died in the process. They can't find him to reimburse them for the investment they've made. So one of the findings, amongst the several things we found, was that there was a defect in the structure. So you had structural, defects in the building. And the lesson to be learned from that is, post that collapse, what I now do is I tell my investors, if you want to do a developer-type property, first and foremost, before you make your commitment, tell the man to show you his building plan. How many of us are aware that physical planning / last part now, they are on a building plan drive? How many of us are aware of that? They now go, because you find out that a lot of people actually undertake projects that have not been approved and they don't have building plans for. So the lesson there is ensure that the developer that you are engaging with before you make your commitment shows you the approved building plan. That is one thing. Then try to structure your payment in such a way that before you pay the final one, let him show you a certificate of completion and fitness for habitation. Because that is the government's seal. That is the government's assurance. That is the government's confirmation that that building is fit for purpose. And I was privileged to be speaking with at the material testing board. And one of the findings, which I then had to explain to government, was that government is sitting on a ticking time bomb. This building collapse, the implication of this building collapse for government is that it gives you a potential liability. And I give you an example. Government, you are the regulator. You are supposed to authorize, approve this development. Part of your agencies, the LABSCA, you are supposed to monitor the construction. And so if a building collapses, the principle is res ipsa loquitur, the fact speaks for itself. If a building collapses, there are 1,001 reasons why the building would have collapsed. There's the fault of the developer, but there's also the fault of the regulator. There's also the fault of the government. And what we may soon begin to find in another couple of years is that people will begin to sue government for failure of oversight. People, and I told them, they will start suing government for failure of oversight. So the developer is one thing, then you will start meeting government, and even if government / the regulator, they are able to wriggle out of it, you will see that they will be liable not only in damages, but they would stretch their Ministry of Justice resources that they have in now having to face, new claims and suits on building collapse. So part of the findings, just to summarize, is that it's a failure of the entire process on the government, on the regulator, and also on the developer. And also, even with the investors, there are certain things that are too good to be true. When you see those things that people tell you, and I'm not casting aspersion, but when they tell you luxury apartment on this, luxury apartment here, and then you see the kind of things they want to build. I was just talking to somebody today, and she told me about something they're about to get invested in, and she was describing the space. The space was just too small. So it's a failure of the entire process, but as an investor who is committing his resources and your funds into the project, ensure that you get your building plan, and also structure it in such a way that the guy shows you his certificate of completion and fitness for habitation. Just to say that for me, as someone said, is that, getting an apartment, getting a house is like wanting to get married. What you are looking for is peace of mind. So anything that would not give you peace of mind, avoid it in totality.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for that. Our time is fast spent. I hope we are picking a few things. One of the things I picked from our guard lands is that don't buy farmhouse in the name of apartments, because you might find out that what you bought was the shed for keeping horses at the end of the day. We have some questions for Mrs. Benson. Maybe she can just go through some of them, and then we'll take some other questions for the panel, and then we'll wrap this up because our time is actually fast spent. Thank you, ma'am.
So I have one here that says, how is government helping to curb the issue of people getting the Lagos homes for free and then selling or renting? First of all, Lagos homes is not free. The issue of selling and renting, that is not the intent of government. Lagos homes rent to own. So there are two different things. We have Lagos homes, and you can either get them as outright purchase or the rent to own. It's for first-time home owners and home buyers. So it's supposed to be a social housing policy of government. But it defeats the purpose of social housing if people get them and rent them or sell them. They're not supposed to be for that purpose. One of the policies that I've been saying and talking to people about is that government is a two-way street. The citizen does his bit, the government does their bit. So if anybody knows of anyone, either in government or on the outside, doing such transactions, if you bring it to our attention, it will be a good opportunity for us to stop it. We can hear of it from time to time, but if we do not have the proof, we cannot really help. But Lagos Homes is not supposed to be for rent or for sale. It's to help Lagosians who are first-time homeowners to start off their livelihood. And I'll give you an example. Our current Commissioner for Finance is in his late 30s now, I would assume. His first home was bought through the Lagos Homes policy under Governor Fashola. He won the ballot. He didn't know anybody. He's not a politician. He was not a public servant. Neither was he a civil servant. He was a private young man living in Lagos, and he bid for the Lagos Homes. He got one through that ballot during the days of Governor Fashola. Until today, he has it. He's probably paid for it because you're supposed to pay a minimum payment of not more than 33% of your rental, of your monthly income, and you pay it over a 10-year period. So Lagos Homes is not free. It is a way of getting people in the house ownership ladder. So I also have another one that says, why do we have a rise in collapsed buildings in Lagos? I think that issue has been dealt with. Is it a problem with the regulators or the developers? That has also been answered. So,
thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you. Let's give a round of. We're rounding up now in 5 minutes because our time is fast spent. Somebody here goes, how does a potential investor identify a committed land so they don't become victims of revocation? I think that was actually spoken about. Is it okay to purchase land that registered survey is given as title and not C of O? So we're going to have a small session also on due diligence. Registered survey, is that a title?
Registered survey, though you will say is a title, you have two types of title. You have equitable, like if you are talking about interest, you have equitable interest and you have a legal interest. If you have a registered survey plan on a land, it's the best you get of it is just an equitable interest. It shows that though you own the land, but you have to take an extra step to get your title in respect of that land registered. Because if you are getting a title to the land, it is that survey plan that will be attached to that title that you are getting eventually. The survey plan delineates the portion that actually given to you, and you have it represented with coordinates, the northern and the eastern coordinates, showing the extent of your interest on the land.
Thank you so much. Sir, you were mentioning something that the survey plan actually says, this land here, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, surveyors have a way of presenting your survey plan to you. They said, this is the survey of land said to belong to. So it's just a description of where your territory is.
Thank you.
It's not certifying that it is yours.
It is yours.
Because 3 other people can bring survey on that same land.
And say said to belong to.
It's said to belong to them.
God will help us in Lagos so that we don't have said to go to court. There are many gated estate communities springing up around Lagos without prior. So there's a question there that you wanted to speak to. Someone asked about the conclusion of the borough. So if we can just.
Okay. Well, there are 2 questions here. One, what is the plan to conclude with the digitization of the lands bureau? It has been continuously delaying title perfection, which inhibits business operation, for example, mortgage, banks, and related financial services. Like I mentioned in the course of my discussion, I said Lagos State is working assiduously to ensure that this thing comes to life now. I want to believe is one of the major things the government of Mr. Jide Sanwo-Olu is looking at now, because it is being discussed at ESCO meetings from time to time, because we want to make life easy for even we that work in lands. Because we discovered that during the time of COVID-19, at a point we could not come to work. And if I have to tell you, the crude oil of Lagos is lands. This is where we make so much of our money. We're not just making money by way of land charges that you pay. You pay other taxes that are related to land. Stamp duty fee, registration fee, all sorts of fees. So we can't toy with it. So we are working so hard to ensure that this thing comes in place. And again, if we are working digitally, I can be working remotely. I can be at the comfort of my bedroom and be working. And that is where we are going to in Lagos State. And like I told you, when you are constructing a road, there's bound to be a traffic gridlock. And that is where we are experiencing now. And we are promising you that before the year runs out, we'll all be smiling to each other when it comes to the issue of land transaction.
Thank you. I think the other one actually was also answered in the course of the.
This one was not answered.
Okay.
I have submitted document for land ratification since March 2022, which till now is still with New Towns Development Authority for approval. I wish to submit the drawing for building approval, but can't go ahead because of the ratification certificate, which is not out yet. At this stage, what can I do and who can I talk to? You are talking to the right person. Yes. Okay, I'll tell you to sit down here. I'm the Director of Land Regularization, Lagos State, like I told you. It's not ratification any longer. I told you, I assure you, Bola Ahmed Tinubu changed it from ratification to regularization. And that is where we are as of today. NTDA, sending your files to New Towns Development Authority. I believe this application is coming from Lekki Corridor. When I'm saying Lekki Corridor, from Etiosa to Ibeju-Lekki up to Ekpe. Because of our large commitments here and there within that corridor, we wouldn't want to make any mistake. Newtown Development Authority, they are the one keeping the land bank of the state. They are custodial of the land in the state. So, and they are the one that does site selection for different projects in the state. Despite that, we have known that we are regularizing interest of people within that corridor. In order not to make mistake or create double title in respect of land, leading to double registration of titles, we always send all the files that comes within this corridor to New Towns Development Authority for clearance. So if you submit your application in March and you are saying that it has not come back from NTDA as at today, September, I'll feel there is a problem because it doesn't happen that way. When it goes to them, within the space of like 2-3 weeks, the file is back. So I'll suggest that this person that raised this question should please meet me in the office on Monday. Meet me in the office on Monday. We'll look into your case and see how we can resolve the problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Take me along when you are going. Whoever wrote that question. Okay, so our time is actually fast spent. I don't want to keep our panelists. They've been. Do we believe that they've helped? They've done justice to some of the questions. Let's give them a round of applause. A round of applause. Thank you so much. Thanks so much, sir. Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much.
Please, we need to take whilst they take a picture. Let's do this like we just acted in a stage play, and we are the audience. So, ladies and gentlemen, meet the cast and crew of Panel 1. What do we call this show now? Please, a round of applause for them. I'm part of these people. Let me position myself very well. So I'm close to you, Commissioner. One-time commissioner, always a commissioner. Thank you, man. Thank you, sir. Bless you, sir. That was engaging, wasn't it? So if it was worth your while, say ah. If it was not worth your while, say yay. they born you before. I'm joking. Don't mind me. There is nothing that the Covenant Nation as a church or any of the community group does that is a wasted effort. That's what I'm trying to say. So the time that we are spending here is a time that we have used that you would forever be grateful for. I'd like to also use this means to thank our online audience. The last check, I think there were about 200 people watching us online. Thank you, thank you. All right. Now we are moving straight to the next segment. How many of us are middle income earners? I mean, you are not yet in the billion ranges, but you have like, let's say you earn from about 500K monthly to maybe 1 million. Of course, you won't raise your hand. I know you will not raise your hand. But I believe that this segment is particularly designed for such people because sometimes money they waste. And you know how I saw an advert, I think it was on Instagram. They said that every time I'm eating, the person says he's thinking of how what he's spending his money on translates into cement. How many cements, how many blocks can this 5K buy? But I mean, this segment is essentially for us. And I'm glad to announce that the person that is coming to deliver will deliver. Because I follow her on Instagram and I know that she's the best fit for this role. I'm speaking of no other than Dr. Ebukun Adebayo. Dr. Ebukun Adebayo is Managing Director and CEO of Rock Realty. She's not a PhD. Well, I don't know if she's a PhD holder. The doctor is not PhD. The doctor is medical doctor. So she's a medical doctor who got training and started to practice for a while. And then she made a career detour into investment, finance, and real estate. And she has moved on to work with Financial Data Net, Chapel Hill Denham, and even the Investment Bank of Nigeria, Investment Bank PLC, before she founded, I believe, Rock Realty, that focuses primarily on helping middle-income earners get real estate via the mortgage option or whatever financial planning options that best suits you. She's also an author of I Want My Home. She authored that book, and she's also the convener of Women in Real Estate for Africa, Wire Africa Network. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to speak on the topic, building a real estate, double-digit mortgage in real estate or in Nigeria, how to take advantage of it and access the NHF loans. Please help me with a round of applause. Welcome the person who is currently doing a master's at the New York University. I'm speaking 15 years experience in the investment space, financial space, development space, Dr. Ebukun. I almost said another name. Adebayo.
Thank you.
Oh.
I need to be as loud as you are. I believe that.
As loud as you are. It's clearer, I think.
Okay, I believe that those who eat well, who earn well, who can drive well, who can holiday well, the average person on the Lagos State Road should have access to own a home. And the reason is this: in other climes, those people who earn, he tried to define middle income earner status. Those people in other climes, they are able to own homes because they move into the mortgage space almost automatically, right? But in Nigeria, for most of them, it is a mirage. And before I came into the real estate space, it was a mirage for me. And then I developed a passion for it. And I just felt the average guy on the Lagos State Road who drives well and eats well, but ends in a significant monthly pattern, but is not able to put together tens of millions, should still be able to look into our system and where we are and still be able to get a home. My name is Ibuku Adebayo, and I am very passionate about middle-income home ownership, right? Thank you so much for inviting me to do what I love to do. So every time that I'm invited to speak about middle-income home ownership, mortgages, I am always very excited. Can I have my slides, please, from slide 1? I'll tell you a story. When I started, when Rock Realty started, a friend of mine said to me, I will never take a mortgage in Nigeria. So when people hear, and that lady there, that's the look that you have most times when people talk about mortgages, like really, in Nigeria, but I tell you that it works. And he said to me, next slide, please, said to me that I'll never take a mortgage in Nigeria because it's one of the ways that people get ripped up. The interest rates are ridiculously high. I buy a house and I'm paying a 30 million naira house, and in 10 years I've paid 65 million naira in mortgages. That just doesn't make sense to me. But I remember very much, who remembers the time when there was just a big influx of car loans? People began to take a lot of car loans in Nigeria. Who was in at that time? I took a car loan. I bought a Honda City at the time. That was my first ever new car. It was a Honda City, and I took a loan. And I remember the interest rate then was 23%. But I loved the idea of getting a new car, and I took a loan at 23% on a depreciating asset. Who took a loan? Thank you. But today, people are not willing to take mortgages at 23%. So I'm letting you know now that in this session, by the time we're done, all those myths around real estate and how to still be able to take advantage of those double-digit mortgages still would make sense in today's Nigeria. All right, we'll need to run through the slides now. I'm quite a bit of a teacher, so we'll do some math at some point, but I'll make sure that we stay within our time band. So let's demystify this thing called mortgages, and let's take homeownership away from being a mirage. If you earn, even if you earn 4 million naira per month, right? Or you earn 600,000 naira per month, and that's all you earn, and you grow in that pattern. If you stay within just that, career path, which is beautiful in itself, you are not likely to be able to buy a house in the pattern that is the most popular in Nigeria today. Except an uncle helps you, you do some business, you run into some luck, you win lottery. If you end that way and you don't like mortgages, then you may not be very close to getting a home anytime soon. Okay? So it's important that for those who do business and earn in certain patterns, or particularly those who earn salaries, and you desire to own a home, I would say to you that you listen very keenly to me, because if you don't like mortgages, home ownership may significantly be a mirage to you, right? Okay, so next slide. Everyone should own some piece of real estate, and I think everybody here has sounded that. Now I'm going to be talking to the residentials. Not everyone can afford to pay cash in bulk sums for real estate, and so mortgages offer good help. And everyone should know something about mortgages. Go on. Do mortgages work in Nigeria? Yes. How can I take advantage of them? Yeah, and that's me. And I think I'm pretty. Go on to the next slide. Please. What is a mortgage? Some people don't know what a mortgage is. A mortgage is a loan. You take it to purchase a property. That loan usually does not have any other collateral but the property that you're buying. So it's not a loan that you take and somebody will say, go and bring something else to collateralize the loan. A mortgage in itself is expected to be what is guaranteeing the property. And I'll go to a bit of details because some people may not even know the rudiments. It's an important tool in middle-income home ownership, and no society is able to grow its middle-income home ownership or housing without the effective use of mortgages. Anywhere in the world, until the people know how to use the mortgage system and until the government also understands, the people in the financial sector understand how to ensure that people can access it, the middle income space cannot grow. And I'll speak to developers briefly during the sessions. Developers and marketers. The average marketer, who is a real estate marketer here? Thank you. Real estate marketers, I believe they are the engine room, because any investment without exit is not an investment, and they are the ones that provide exit. But I find out that we do real estate training for marketers. I find out that most marketers don't know how mortgages work. And I'll speak to you later, because that's exactly how you can take your transactions away from, I'm speaking to Bola and to Zainab and to Coyote, to I'm speaking to an institution and telling them how they can collectively onboard onto a transaction. So you can have a one-to-many approach using mortgages, right? All right, next slide. Okay, do mortgages work in Nigeria? Yes? Go on. What are the two types of mortgages largely in Nigeria today? We have your commercial mortgages. What does that mean? It just means the mortgage that you can walk into any commercial bank or primary mortgage bank. What's a primary mortgage bank? A primary mortgage bank is all those banks that you see that has something mortgage bank, something mortgage bank. You can enter there and just say, I want a mortgage, and then they look at you and profile you and all of that. And then the National Housing Fund mortgages, NHF mortgages, which many of us believe and say does not work, but does work. And we'll be talking about it today. That's NHF mortgages. I call it free money. The singular reason is that loan comes at 6% interest rate per annum, which is significantly less than inflation. So if you are working in an organization where you contribute to the NHF mortgage and you have not used that opportunity to either buy a property or part finance a property, then you're losing out on a very important handle. You need to learn how to use it and don't join the bandwagon of those who say, it doesn't work. So we'll talk about commercial mortgages first. Are they expensive in Nigeria? Interest rates too high. Who agrees with me? Okay. People who agree with me say yes. People who don't agree with me say no. Okay. Why do you say no? I'd like to know. Somebody said they're not too expensive. Why do you say that? You may just finish my slides in one sentence. Thank you. Thank you so much. You are along the lines of exactly what I call the interplay. Now, in a country like Nigeria, when you invest in real estate, and I'm so glad that Tayo spoke to a few of those things, you get the types of returns because we are in an emerging economy. You get the types of returns that people in more stable economies don't get. So, for example, as Olawale said in the initial periods, when you're getting returns of, say, 10% in more defined economies, you're excited, okay? Now, in places like Nigeria, you're talking annual returns. By the time you put your rental return plus your capital appreciation, that is how much your property increases in value. By the time you put both, right, beside what your interest cost is, you will find out that your true differential looks close to or is not as bad as what it looks like when you look at it naked. So I would say that in plain English. I got a mortgage at 20% interest rate. Most commercial mortgages now come at somewhere between 15 and 22% interest rate, right? Many banks will still give you at 18, but let's work with a 20% interest rate. I will do some math. Go to the next slide, and if it's not, then we'll come back to this slide. I'll do some math. Can everybody see that slide? So I got a 30 million naira home. That's just a basic 2-bed or somewhere in Ajah, you know. I got a 10-year mortgage on a home of 30 million naira. Now, when you buy residential real estates, there are two key returns you have. That's two key investment returns that you have. You make profit in two ways. One, you have what you call rental income. That's you rented it out and you got income, or rental savings. I've heard people say, why should I put all that money in buying a house? I'm going to be living in it and I'm not going to be making money in it. And I said, it's wrong. It's wrong not to remember that your rental savings is actually returns to you. Because if you didn't buy that house, you will rent a house that is likely similar to that and be paying that money out. So you can as well pay it to yourself, okay? So one handle of it is your rental return, which could either be rental savings or rental income, okay? So you get a rental return. If you were paying, so look at line 1. This is a loan taken at, that's our bad 20% interest rate on a house in Ajah that you just bought, a 10-year mortgage. And I've made it simple to discuss by just assuming you did 100% mortgage. There's almost no mortgage, you will not do equity contribution, but for simplicity. So in year 1, you had a rental return of 2.6 million, which means if you did not take that mortgage and you were living in a similar house, you would have paid rent of how much? Something like that, right? So it now tells me that my real extra cost, cash, right, in that year for taking on that mortgage is really 6.7 million or 6.957, right? Minus 2.64, that's year 1. My real cash cost is 4.317 million. What that does in the back end is that if you want to know your exact painful interest costs, is really what that 4.317 represents. And in the calculation of it, it brings you down to somewhere about 12-13%. Who is with me? So your actual costs, when you're looking at a mortgage for a house that you're buying, you must always consider the net off from your rental return, right? Now, there is another bit that you must never forget. For every year that you are holding that house, that a banker cannot do anything about, that house appreciates in value. Now, you can decide after year 1 to capture that value by selling that house off and pay the mortgage guy and move on, right? But for the most part, people will, and I always advise, if you're not trading, hold your real estate to get value. So in year 1, in Nigeria today, Tyre was telling us on land is about 15 to 20%. Your annual, on the average, your annual value appreciation. On homes is somewhere between 10 and 15%. So if I buy a house at 30 million today, next year about this time, who agrees with me, I'll likely be able to sell it for 33 million. By your experience in the market, yeah. So that house had a capital appreciation of 3 million naira. So my real cost for taking that decision further reduces by 3 million naira in year 1. Okay? And it brings me back to a true cost of 1.317 million. If I lost you, just let me know that I lost you. Did I lose anybody? Did I lose anybody? Okay, good. Now, when you are considering the impacts of that decision, That is year one. What happens with your mortgage payments most times, and that's the structure of most mortgages in Nigeria, is that you pay the same amount every year. And it's usually a blend of interest and the price of the house. Now, that's a 10-year mortgage. We just looked at year one. By the time you get to year 5, what happens is that your net cost, remember that if you didn't buy that house, rent would have gone up, right? Remember that house has significantly for 5 years increased in value. By the time that you're getting to year 5, that decision in this mortgage example I'm giving you, you are now working in the negative. That is to say, when you compare how much your house is increasing in value per year with what you will be paying in rent 5 years later, you are actually in the negative because your mortgage payment stays static. Do you understand? Now, come down to 10 years. This is the discussion that people normally have. I bought this house at 30 million naira, but when the bank gave me my schedule, I see that in 10 years I would have paid 70 million naira, and that just feels very unfair. But he forgot that in 10 years he would have paid rents of 42 million naira, and I graduated that rent very carefully, right? That rent is still increasing sub-inflation. Okay? I would have paid about 42 million naira in this same rent. In rent because I didn't make that decision. Right? And then my house would have gained 47 million in value. And these are using the realities that North Court would say to us in terms of how we are increasing in value of property and all of that, right? So you would see that it looked unfair on day one when the man said to me that, gave me my schedule and said, even at 20% interest rate, I'll be paying 70 million naira. But I totally forgot what I'll be getting back in return, okay? So after 10 years, I looked at my mortgage decision at 20 million naira, and I remember that I'm in an emerging market, so my returns are a bit more heightened than those who got their mortgages at 4%. So when you look at the in-to-in, you find out that, there are issues, there are things around time value of money, which is probably not for, the general audience. But what you find is that you have made a total return, both your rental return and capital appreciation, of about 90 million. That is that day you decided to sell your house at year 10 and you finished paying your mortgage. You are in the money of about 20.3 million. Does that make sense to anyone? Does that make sense? Are you sure? Okay, I think this is the most brilliant audience I've spoken with because I usually have to do this like 3 times. Thank you. Stand for yourselves. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I said all of this to say that if you do not have the bulk funds to buy a home and you earn decently well or you have access to people who earn decently well as a marketer, you need to start understanding the ins and outs of a commercial mortgage and be ready to take the dive if that was your opportunity for entering into homeownership. And we'll talk about the advantages of homeownership. Because unlike many other investments, even unlike other aspects of real estate investments, homeownership in itself has a lot of sentimental attachment to it that people need to begin to understand. It also has a protection value, and we will talk about that. So don't look at one aspect of mortgages and kill it, because as the economy begins to be more balanced or more stable, like we pray, what will happen is our NPR now is somewhere about 15%, right? What will happen is that lending rates and all of that will fall, but so will the outlier returns that we get fall. So your relationship between the returns you get and your mortgage interest rates will almost remain, because both handles, what you give and what you get, will come down in the instance of a static investment. Do you understand what I mean? So don't be afraid of talking to a mortgage banker and say, how can I get a mortgage? And you look at all the numbers, including location of that house. Does it make sense? Will I get the types of returns that I think I should be able to get, and all of that? If you buy a house in a place where the value is increasing rapidly, you might as well make a decision that takes of a mortgage at 20% interest rates, because sometimes just the capital appreciation on that house already swallows up what the cost of your mortgage is. Is that clear? All right, thank you so much. Next slide. Okay, now NHF. So that's commercial mortgages. I said that to debunk it. I talk to people about it every day. More people are taking mortgages. I wanted to put a friend's picture here. And she said, oh, let me ask my husband for advice, for permission, because I was going to use their example in terms of commercial mortgages. And most banks will look at husband and wife income, by the way. And she said to me, so she came back to me and said, oh, that don't put my picture. My husband says he doesn't want everybody to know we bought our house on mortgage. And I'm like, okay. How does that? These are the issues we need to deal with in our society. If I bought my house on a mortgage, how does that affect my worth and look and feel and all of that, okay? So let's start to take those things off our own very minds. Now the NHF. The NHF is a federal scheme. I need to hurry now. 2.5% you are expected to, as a salary earner, also, even if you do run business, and you should pay yourself salary if you run business, 2.5% of your monthly salary is expected to be given to the fund. The fund is a revolving fund that is expected to fund home ownership. The maximum loan amount you can get is 15 million naira. That has been since the Stone Age. We are advocating now for that to be increased, because at the time it was fixed, 15 million naira could buy a home for the average middle income earner. But it is what it is now. It is 15 million naira, and it's a 6% interest rate per annum loan. Apart from CBN intervention funds in Nigeria, I don't know any naira denominated loan that comes at 6%. So I don't know why people should not find out how to take advantage of it. Just like any mortgage, the property is the collateral. Go on to the next slide. You must be contributing to the scheme. You must have contributed for at least 6 months to be able to qualify, and you must walk through a primary mortgage bank. Who remembers the definition of a primary mortgage bank? Huh? Thank you. Any so mortgage bank. Next. Any bank you see that has a name at the end of a mortgage bank in Nigeria, they're called primary mortgage banks. Go on to the next slide, please. I'm accessing NHF, application for NHF loans. That's how it goes. People say, I've gone to Federal Mortgage Bank many times and nobody is answering me. You have no business with Federal Mortgage Bank. You and Federal Mortgage Bank do not see face-to-face in a mortgage processing transaction. What you do is that you go to a PMI, that's what they used to be called before, they're now PMBs, primary mortgage banks, and they go to Federal Mortgage Bank. They assess you, say you're fine, go to Federal Mortgage Bank. Federal Mortgage Bank gives the money to them, the money comes to you. Next slide, because I need to deal with how to reach this. Now, how do you access the NHF? Many people say NHF does not work. But I've come here to say to you that has been a major, we've made a lot of money from working with people, with other developers to use their NHF, and also we structure rock royalty transactions around NHF significantly. Now, when I go as Ibukun to get NHF loan, there's a problem. The reason is, first off, I don't have, in the first instance, it goes in batches. From the primary mortgage bank to NHF, it goes in batches of 10. So I have to wait for the group that is not complete for 10, then they now try to fix me for me to make a batch, number one. Number two, NHF loan processing does not start until the house is about 90% complete, livable, which means if Rock Realty builds a home, and all of you here are buying with NHF mortgage or part financing it with NHF mortgage. Remember the biggest, but 15 million to a middle income earner, many times is probably a year's salary or more. So it's good to access it. So 15 million is coming through NHF. Now, Rock Realty does not get that 15 million or does not start to process that your mortgage. Lara's mortgage does not start being processed until the houses are literally completed. Now, the processing, because of the different steps, and I don't want to say because it's government, Bosha, the process timeline is about 6 to 9 months, right? Now, that's 6 to 9 months. What happens is that the developer has to wait that process after he has invested in his project and wanting to start another one. That is capital tie down. So many people say, I want to buy with NHF, and the developer says, see, is it that I don't understand? Or says, okay, no problem. But when he's done, and the house is sitting looking at him, and people are coming every day, he just say, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, Totifumi, collect your money back, I beg. Make I collect from somebody who wants to buy and has the money. Because it's not in his business model. So this is what you need to do. Is linked to one, and also as in linked to group approach. When you come as a group, you are able to, so when I say groups now, usually people that work in certain institutions, or people that, for some reason something ties you together. Maybe you do the same business, you have similar patterns. You're able to walk to the developer and say, there's 20 of us. We would pay all of our equity during the building of the house or something. However, we need to process NHF. And there are developers, don't be deceived, there are developers who are happy to walk through, and I will speak to developers because we need to play a part in this. We need to be able to work with, you should look for developers who do their projects wound around the NHF model. And this is what will typically happen. Between the time that the houses are built and the NHF disbursements being given, there is a potential to be able to work with the primary mortgage bank who already has profiled them for the NHF mortgage, to be able to give the developer or give the subscriber a bridge mortgage. Again, don't run away from a 20% mortgage that will run for 6 months. Are you with me? So that while you're waiting for NHF processing, preferably work with a developer who has traction with that value chain. He can work with you to get some form of financing that pays for your house. You enter your house, you start living in it while your NHF is being processed. That's option one. Developers also are able to, there's so many options. Federal Mortgage Bank has a rent-to-own option now that comes in, works at 6% too, works at 9%. There's a difference. The one works at 6%, the rent-to-own works at 9%, but it comes out, and that's still single-digit interest rate, but it comes out usually about 2 to 3 months. Developers can get financing from Federal Mortgage Bank so that when the money doesn't come quickly, you know that the time that you're still owing Federal Mortgage Bank, once you submit all the documentation to them, you can apply for your interest rates to be frozen. I'm speaking to developers now. So they financed the project. They had to buy themselves out by issuing mortgages. They part financed the project. The moment all the documentation is sitting at the Federal Mortgage Bank, you are able to say to Federal Mortgage, I've done my part, you have not disbursed, you freeze my interest. So look for developers who don't just say, I applied for a NHF loan. Until the developer sold the property, they didn't disburse. No, come as groups and use the power of groups. And I appeal very strongly to people who are in HR, who are HR heads, cooperative heads. You find out that they don't understand the NHF and they just form the block. People are talking to them about home ownership potentials for their people, but they just block it off. Learn about how you can use this for your people, and then work with developers who are ready to walk that path with you. And developers also need to be able to learn how that works and work with the people to, how many more minutes? Okay, I'm doing good. Work with the people to ensure that they can access their NHF loan. If a house is 45 million naira, that's probably an average middle income house somewhere around, I don't know, Aja, Orchid, a basic home that gives you all you need. And 15 million is taken out of it. That's a lot of load taken out of it for a middle income earner. Who agrees with me? And it's at 6% interest rate. So learn how it works. Don't join the bandwagon. Don't do individualistic strategy. It may be tough. Look at group opportunities. Marketers, go and learn how it works and begin to be able to talk to people, organizations, and bring them onto the NHF table. We do our transactions. We're just finishing a construction now in the next 3 weeks. And the bulk of the buyers are basically buying through the Federal Mortgage Bank, right? We're doing a 300 housing unit in Ibadan as I speak with you, and all the buyers are being, well, at least 90% of the buyers are going to be exiting. They're going to be doing their Federal Mortgage Bank exits. And then where do you find the money to build? That one is even affordable housing. Where do you find the money to build? When your exit is clear, it's easy to get financing. So we're working with family homes. Say family homes, finance. Federal Mortgage Bank has written to family homes to say if you finance it, we'll issue mortgages. So there's an in-to-in process. Now, a marketer can go to an organization and say, oh, you guys contribute to the National Housing Fund already. Do you have 100 people who need homes in Ibadan? Does that not help you better than Mr. A in Dugbe Market, Mr. B that is working in Lead City? So it gives you a mass approach. And we're not ready to open up middle-income real estate significantly until we look very strongly into the space of mortgages. Next slide, please. I'm trying to finish this to ensure I don't exceed time. The loan amount that you qualify for in any mortgage is actually based on your monthly salary. So you may qualify for the full 15 million or you may not, right? But like I think it was Mrs. Stoker that told us, it's a 33.3%, whatever you're earning. Go to the next slide. Whatever you're paying would not be allowed to be more than 33.3%, right, of your salary. So how do I know if I can qualify for 15 million, say? So I like to use the 15-15 rule. A 15 million naira loan, there's an NHF mortgage running at 6%. A 15 million naira loan for 15 years, that is, I still have 15 or more years to retirement. What you'll be paying monthly is about 126,000 or 127,000. It means that for you to qualify for this, you must be earning times 3 of this, and that's about 390,000. So if you earn 390,000 naira here, it means that you can qualify for the maximum that Federal Mortgage Bank has to offer you, and you'll be paying 126,000 naira per month. Now, the difference between that 15 million naira and the mansion you want to buy is what you now have to sort with the developer. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I'm so particular about marketers. You are the exit strategy for the real estate industry. And if you don't understand the mortgages, we may not be able to go past so many things that we're doing in the middle income space. And that is the way to get a mass approach to real estate. Next slide, please. If Mr. Adam qualifies for a 15 million naira NHF mortgage, so I didn't explain the answer to this, but hopefully someone can pull it off. It speaks to inflation, right? The man qualifies for 15 million naira today, but he decided, I don't want to use my NHF, I want to use it in 5 years' time. What has happened to the value of his NHF mortgage opportunity? Can anybody help me? It speaks to inflation. Can anybody help me? I'll give you this example. I have an auntie who came into Abuja in 2015. And at the time, I was still an employee at the infrastructure bank. I was heading the real estate department. And she said to me that, I know you have experience with the Federal Mortgage Bank. Please, I want to get a house. Yeah. At that time, a 2-bedroom in Wuye. And at that time, 2-bedroom flats in Wuye were 17 million. So I said to her that, oh, great, use your NHF. And she then said, no, the 2-bedroom, okay, it's too small. And she has 2 kids. She's a single mother with 2 kids. And so she didn't take that opportunity then. Long story. In 2021, last year, she says to me, when I want to use my NHF, I said, Auntie, I've told you to use this thing ever since. She said, okay. She works in CAC. I said, okay, let's use it now. She said, she even thinks that 2-bedroom is okay. Our firstborn is going to the US. I said, 2-bedroom does not even buy you 1 bed in Wuye anymore. Now, the 2-bed she would have bought at 17 million 5 years ago, 2015, right? Today is going at 34, 35 million. Her loan would have remained 126,000 naira payment per month. Should have been renting out at 3 million per month. She would, even if she just bought it and rented it out, should have been making a net of 2 million every day for doing absolutely nothing. Do you understand? So because it's a static maximum 15 million naira for now, for every year that you don't take the NHF loan opportunity or any mortgage loan opportunity, the property prices moves against you. Okay? And so what then happens is that the loan amount you would have exposed yourself to at that time, then the value drops. The value of what he can get you drops. So if you're going to make a mortgage decision, that is, I'm working right now and I'm earning salary and I really can get a mortgage, whatever type of mortgage, and in the next 5 years, this salary as they are increasing it, I'm going to be earning. You better make that housing decision now. Except you are not so bullish about home ownership, right? Next decision. Next slide. You need to be able to, if you're getting a loan of above 5 million, you need an equity contribution of 10%. What that means is that you must pay 10% of the property value. If the house is more than, I won't go into the details of 16.5, but if the house is more than 15 million, as long as the difference between the 15 million and the price of the house is more than 10%, once you pay that difference, you have satisfied that condition. Go to the next slide. I have 4 minutes and I'm going to have to finish. I need to chat with developers. Unlock the blue oceans. There's a big blue ocean in the middle income market space that is not touched because we are not touching mortgage as a corporate approach, right? We need to be able to touch mortgage very strongly and work with organizations and mortgage banks and the Federal Mortgage Bank or the Federal Mortgage Bank to unlock the what's really, so when I say blue ocean in this sense, is that big market that exists that it's latent demand. Marketers, there's a latent demand that we are not unlocking into the housing space that makes us struggle with off-takers if you're playing in the middle income space because you're not looking critically at mortgages, okay? And Rock Realty from next year will be doing significant training of real estate marketers on mortgages and how to help. Because if you don't understand it, you cannot talk to the buyer on the advantages and on how he can get into that space. And that's the way to move from one-to-one to one-to-many in your real estate marketing approach. Also as developers, for developers, once you secure investment exit, it's easy to access capital. So if I say to you now that Guinness is buying 100 of our units, they've been pre-qualified for mortgages by Standard Chartered. They have their indicative offer letters pending the assets being ready. Can you finance? There's a higher chance of getting financing than to just say, I believe that people will come and buy. So come and invest. Partner with mortgage banks. Speak with them. There are mortgage banks that have, and I think there's a slide later that speaks to that. There are mortgage banks that have what you call construction mortgages. That is, you have land. You sell pockets of that land to people. You know, it's cheaper to buy land, right? So you have an organization. You say, I have land. I will sell pockets of that land to you. And if I sell that pockets of that land to you, I will get a mortgage, a construction mortgage for you. So what happens is that they buy the land, you give them title to the land. That title to the land, then there are a few mortgage banks that do that now, a new product in the last 18 months. They take it to the bank. The bank says, this is your developer, but no problem. We'll give you construction mortgage for him to build for you on the land that you own. So if you have a plot of land, this talking to developers now, you're able to look at a group of people who have the power to own that land. You sell to them in time and building your own terrace on this 250 square meter. You give them, pay for it. That's all you have money to pay for, but you can qualify for a mortgage. Get them construction mortgage. There's so many opportunities like that. There's completion mortgages. When you have carried the house to roofing stage, they look at people and say, you know what, we can give them completion mortgage and disburse to you, the developer. But if you're not engaging with the mortgage banks, you won't understand all these opportunities that exist. Next slide. Or let me finish up that slide. Learn about mortgages and get your marketers to do same. We will start teaching, but we will start charging. We used to do it free of charge. But I think the marketers, because they get it free of charge, they're not serious about it. So you can send your marketers to us. We will train them and charge you to learn about mortgages and learn about NHF mortgages. Now the last point, that's very dear to me, touch a life. So what happens is that when you help people who ordinarily thought, and we are Christians, right? There's ministry to everything that we do. I've had people say to me, Bukun, thank you, after owning a house, and I'm like, really, that I actually made money. So there's something that happens to the man that you help who ordinarily couldn't afford a home, but you just opened his eyes to a new opportunity, and he says, oh, really? I can break down home ownership and own a home. And then you begin to touch lives, and that begins to give you some form of satisfaction beyond the financial satisfaction that your transactions bring you. Okay? Next slide. So, examples, there are rent-to-own opportunities within, I don't know about others very well, but I know about the Federal Mortgage Bank one. And then bridge lending against pre-approved mortgages, I've spoken to that. Next slide. That's the picture I wanted to put to my friend, Sha. But her husband said the whole world must not know the thing behind her housewarming. So I would have spent the money always. How many people have spent 5 million and they just look back and say, can you know? Has it happened to you before? You just look back at the end of the year and see, my bank statement, I printed my bank statement for embassy and I saw that, in this my account, no, Sha, 12 million passed. Either ways, most times, because we don't have a big savings and investment culture, that thing you were running away from paying to the mortgage bank, you just find out that you bought a Gucci bag and you did this one and that one and you actually spent it. Okay? Home ownership, that journey puts you into a bit of, I have people who have opened up new streams of income because they went into the home ownership journey. It makes you, it's a sentimental investment, so it keeps you committed, and it makes you able to redefine your lifestyle slightly to focus on your investments other than I'm just buying stock. The months where I know buy. But because you're in an investment journey, you understand that the roof over your head is tied to certain payments, right? That's what mortgages does. I would have spent the money anyways. Time up. Okay, I got emotional satisfaction, and you cannot price that. I satisfied my thirst for control. I ate the concept of the landlord is coming tomorrow. I generally don't like it, and I know many people don't, right? So I satisfy my thirst for control. When they are doing the estate association, I want to sit there as a landlord. I got security in the instance of death. Most mortgages, and everyone who has a mortgage and wants to take a mortgage, you must have an insurance that ensures that if you die, the insurance company pays off and your family has a roof over their heads. Now, my accommodation costs are predictable. Remember our table. Accommodation cost goes up by a factor of inflation. Your mortgage cost does not go up by a factor of inflation. Does anybody understand that? If I'm paying 15 naira now in my mortgage, in most mortgages, right? And most mortgages in Nigeria are defined that way. Maybe a factor of MPR may affect your mortgage, but generally it will be about static. So if I'm paying 200,000 naira now, in 10 years I'll still be paying that 200,000 naira. Remember that time value of money, that feels like 20,000. But if I stay in the rental cycle, I remain going. Now, my accommodation costs are predictable. I'm not thinking, maybe next year, maybe that landlord will increase my rent. I smile at inflation. You know why? I know that in this balance of this my real estate ownership, inflation is my friend. Because my property price goes up. I reduce the potential moving costs. Landlord cannot just come and say, get out of my house. Since I decided to move on my own, I can make it what I want and capture value. So when I created a fresh kitchen, it's not that I left that value for the landlord, because that's another part of real estate returns that we didn't talk about. Improvement value. I improved my house, and so the value, because I changed something to marble, the day I wanted to sell it, it was increased in price, right? Improvement value, I can capture it. And if I become richer, I buy at previous prices. Do you understand what that means? In 10 years' time, if I decided that I want to sell that, that house that I'm staying in, let me just say it in plain English because you don't have time. That house I'm staying in, right? It has increased in value in the city. If I decide to pay off my mortgage, I won't be paying it at the price in the city. It's the price I bought it because my loan remaining is somewhere around the price I bought it, barring what has happened in terms of my rental return and interest cost, but we can't go into that. A big part of financial freedom is getting rid of the what-ifs of shelter. Mortgage does that for you because if anything happens, there's a lot of insurances around mortgages, even job loss insurance, 6 months job loss insurance. You should take it on your mortgage. So what happens is that if you lose your job, the landlord may not like to see your face, but if you have a 6-month job loss insurance on your mortgage, you ask it for the next 6 months, hopefully you get another job. Next mortgage, next flight, next thing. Home ownership is an investment in your entire life. It's an investment in your emotions, in your family, and in your financial value. And if you have, it depends, some people don't have any emotional attachment to it, but the majority of the people have an emotional attachment to home ownership. And if you do have it, you should pursue it. If a mortgage can help you achieve it, please take the dive. Thank you so much for having me. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Madam. That was a very insightful session. I was spurred on. She's also going to be part of the panel session that will be closing the event today. So if you have questions, do write them on the cards that will be shared to you by the ushers standing, wearing white and denim. Please, a round of applause for her again. Thank you very much, Madam. So quickly, I'll move to our next speaker, who is Mr. Oluwasogo-Yelami. Mr. Oluwasogo-Yelami is a lawyer, and a counsel, at the Anoya Pluris, and he has extensive legal experience in providing advisory and support services to local and foreign clients on real estate acquisition. And it spans across trademarks, copyright, corporate governance, legal risk. He's also very passionate about learning and sharing knowledge, which is why he's also here today. And he's studying for an executive MBA. Mr. Oluwasogo will be talking to us. Without wasting much time, I'd like to invite him. Please, round of applause.
I'd like to wish us a very good afternoon. I hope we've gained a lot from the speakers, the first panel session. And I will be speaking for just a few minutes because I know there's a bit of information overload already on legal due diligence, restricting myself to just legal due diligence. And I'll be speaking to it in this regard. First of all, why is it important? Secondly, where do you conduct legal due diligence? And then thirdly, what will be the outcome of your legal due diligence? Now, firstly, legal due diligence is conducted by your lawyer. But then why are you learning this information? So that you know what to expect of your lawyer when he does that. First slide, please. Nigeria is regarded as a low-trust society. Now, you can see the definition of a high-trust society there, and this is based on a research that was done in 2007. But what we find in practice is that a lot of people purchase properties based on trust. Oh, he's my brother. I trust that what he's giving me is authentic. And then issues come up. Or he's my village person. I'm buying it from him. But in reality, what happens is we end up getting ourselves in trouble because we do not do the things we should do. And one of the important things we should do is due diligence. Next slide, please. So what happens when a high-trust investor, someone who believes that most people are trustworthy, ends up in a low-trust economy? It's fraud. You get defrauded of your funds, your properties, or you even lose both funds and properties completely. And it usually ends up because whoever you're purchasing property from either lacks a title, is not the real owner of the property, or, as has been spoken earlier, the property is under government acquisition and you didn't conduct the necessary due diligence to know whether it is or not. Next slide, please. So in Nigeria, in Lagos, I grew up in Ibadan, and on a few occasions we will see this sign on properties: beware of my son Kamuru. And yes, we see it and we joke and we think, oh, it's just one mischievous son that wants to sell his father's properties. But this is where it came from. The caveat emptor. It says, let the buyer beware. And I'll read an excerpt from a court judgment here in Kumo and Bapari. It says, a purchaser is required in law to first of all conduct a search in the relevant registries before committing his money in any property transaction. Once a purchaser carries out all the necessary searches required of him and there is nothing adverse discovered, notice the emphasis in red and underlined because we're going to go back to them. Having exercised all due care and diligence, interest in the property will pass, even if it is subsequently claimed that there was a defect in the title and irregularities not on the part of the purchaser. And so we'll take the first one. A purchaser is required in law. There is, at times, the assumption among people who, in quotes, are non-learned, who are not lawyers, that, well, I can look at the land, inspect it, it looks good. They gave me copies of their title documents. I'll look at it and it's fine. I don't need to conduct any due diligence. The law actually mandatorily requires that due diligence, legal due diligence, be conducted. And that's what this court ruling says. It is mandatory. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so I'll go on. Legal due diligence is a legal requirement, and it entails, for legal title to vest in a purchaser, such purchaser must be what we call a bona fide purchaser for value, without notice. Bona fide means honest intention to purchase. For value means you've paid something valuable. It could be money, or it could be something that has monetary value. So you can actually buy a land using another asset. That's what it means. But what the law recognizes is not whether the amount you are paying is commensurate to the value of the land. It is whether what you are giving has value. So it is very possible for you to buy a property worth 250 million naira for 1 naira. The court will not dispute or contest that agreement. It sounds unusual, but it's actually true. Now, so, like I said, it is either money or money's worth. It need not be adequate. It doesn't have to be adequate. Secondly, if you need to have actual notice, meaning that you conduct your own investigation in detail on the title. So if you purchase for value without notice of irregularities, a bona fide purchaser for value without notice of irregularities, it is not until then that title will vest. Now, it doesn't matter how information is obtained. So if, for instance, you come across the information accidentally, you don't need to walk into a registry to obtain that information. What the law requires is actual notice. Then we go on to constructive notice. I won't go into that in details. Next slide, please. So where are the places where we conduct searches? There are several registries. Most of us know the Lagos State Lands Registry. And I would place a word of caution to a lot of people here, including lawyers. What happens a lot of times is that we sit in our office, open our WhatsApp, and then we'll send a message to a staff in a lands registry and say, please let me conduct a search on this title document. And then they send you screenshots. They take a picture of the title document, and then they send it to you. And they tell you, oh, the title is clear. And you prepare a detailed search report on the screenshot sent by someone to you and send it to your clients. And when issues come up, it becomes a problem for everyone. Like the Director of Regularization mentioned earlier, what you're required to do is to actually walk into this lands registry. At Alausa here, you walk in there, no one's going to stop you. Pay a token of, is it 3,750 or so for search. You want to get the CTC of the title document, 5,000 naira. Your application, fill the form, use your card to pay. You are put on a system, all the information you need is there. The same thing for Federal Lands Registry in Ikoyi. You walk in there with your application, make payment, conduct your searches, rather than relying on charlatans and touts along the streets. Secondly, searches are also conducted in companies' registries. Now, this happens where a company owns the land or the property that you're purchasing. It is possible for encumbrances, mortgages, charges to have been registered against that title at the company's registries. But if you don't conduct the searches, you won't know. A lot of situations have occurred where people purchase property and then a year down the line, they try to register their title and they're told that, oh, there's a mortgage on it. And they're wondering where did the mortgage come from. The necessary searches were not conducted. Court registries too. Where judgments are given on properties in courts, there's a dispute between families or two parties. The court gives its judgment and a survey plan is attached to it. Now, what the law requires is that once the judgment is given in favor of a particular party, the party is expected to take that judgment and the survey plan and register it at the lands registry. Now, earlier we had the word root of title. I'm going to explain that subsequently. But what I just explained to you now is part of the root of title. The judgment is a title document. It's then taken to the lands registry and registered. We'll go on to probate registry. Your grandfather owned land in Owerri. He had his title documents in order. Let's assume it's a deed of assignment registered at the lands registry. And then he's 90 years old. He realizes that he's about to pass on. And he decides to prepare a will. He lodges the will. He passes on. You need to, the law requires that the will is admitted to probate. But before his property can be transferred to you, you need to get what is called a deed of assent or a vesting deed in your favor. But because the will, which is the title document for that land, is at the probate registry, you need to conduct a search to verify that will before you go ahead to register it at the lands registry. Then we have the state and federal survey departments. A lot of us, or a few of us, might know about what is called charting. Someone gives you a survey plan and says, this is my property. You take the survey plan and its coordinates. You ask the survey department to chart it to ascertain that the survey plan, first of all, relates to the property you are buying. So they tell you, this land is in Ibejuleki, and they give you the survey plan. And then you take it to the survey department and tell you, no, this land is in Abeokuta, based on what we can see on the coordinates. That happens a lot. They call it flying survey coordinates. I'm sorry, I'm exposing their secrets, but it's very important that you know all this. And then secondly, ascertaining whether land is under government acquisition. This is done at the survey department. Then there are organizations or government agencies that are called pseudo-registries. We have AMCON, where properties are seized from debtors or bank loans. You find that at AMCON, fraud cases, EFCC, and even Lasrera is involved. Next slide, please. Okay, I think I'll skip this slide. Let's go to the next one. Okay, so I said we need to know what the outcome of your search report is going to look like. Now, this is a sample extract of what a search report at the lands registry looks like. And these are essential elements that must be contained in it. The first one is the title, which describes the title you are searching, you're conducting a search on. The title here is what we call a deed of assignment. Now, this is a made-up search report, so the details in there are not exactly related to any property. We have the registration details. Usually, the registration details is written as number something of page something in volume something. That's the registration detail. Then we have the details of the parties. It could be assignor, assignee. It could be mortgagor, mortgagee. It could be vendor, purchaser. And then we then get to the root of title. Now, the root of title narrates the history of transfer of ownership on a particular property. So, like I said, it starts with the grandfather that got a C of O allocated to him in 1960, or as we have here, we have a deed of lease dated 1960, then a sublease in a subsequent year, then we have a will against the title, and then it goes on and on and on. That's what is called the root of title. You can then trace how this title came about. Next slide, please. The consideration, how much did the person pay to acquire the land? The location of the land, very important. The survey plan number, also very crucial. The size of the land, because a lot of times we, in the course of conducting due diligence, someone tells me, oh, the purchaser said the size of this land is 4,000 square meters. And then you go and conduct the search and realize that what he actually has is 1,376 square meters. And then the purchaser then comes back and says, oh, my land is beside the water. So I went to tell the government that I want to acquire the water side. And so I'm calculating the additional water side as part of my land. Whereas what he has in the title document is 1,300 square meters. That happens a lot. Then the date of registration, very important. Also very important is the date of that search. Because if any subsequent filing happens afterwards, it's going to, and your title is not registered before that happens, that title is going to take precedence over your title. I think that will be all for now. Next slide, please. So this presentation is actually a 31-page slide. But those who have attended the community groups have seen most of it. And I encourage you to register and join the Real Estate and Allied Services community groups. Have a beautiful day.
Once again, has this been worth your while? If it hasn't worth your while, say yay.
Yay.
Okay, I hear a lot of tired yay. So please, can we stand to our feet quickly? Can we all just kindly stand to our feet? All right. There's already somebody else turning. Sir, do you want to do all the honors? So wherever you are standing, turn. Just stretch, 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 stretch. Come on now. Stretch, 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 stretch. Okay. Now you're going to do something else. You are going to go to 10 people and tell them, okay, let me limit it. 5 people. 5, just 5. And tell them, I own land, I invest in land. What else should we say?
And I will register to join the TCN Real Estate and Allied Service Committee.
Not necessarily TCN. I'll register to join the community group.
Yes, so register to join the community group.
So you go to 5 people. See, my eyes are sharp. If you don't do it, I'll cash you. If I cash you, you know it's small shops. Are we ready? 5 people. 1, 2, 3, go. I own land, I invest in land. 5 people. And I'll register for the community group. 5 people.
For those of us online, type it in the chat box.
5 people. This madam, yes, you are just pointing somebody at far. You're pointing. You are not doing anything. All right, let's come back. Let's come back.
Thank you very much.
Would you like to say amen to that? Amen. Great. Please let's have our seats. All right. We move now to the final part of today's summit.
We have a panel discussion, and the topic is Understanding Real Estate Practice, the Private Sector Perspective.
So, our speakers are here, and as we said earlier, Dr. Ibukun will be one of the panelists. So if you have questions, please write them down, pass it on to any of the ushers, and they will direct the question to us, and we'll take it to them. So first on our list, one of the panelists rather, is Dr. Ibukun Adebayo. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Ibukun Adebayo.
We also have Mr. Tayo Odunsi. You're welcome, sir.
Mr. Tayo Odunsi. Mr. Tayo.
The CEO of Northcote Real Estate. Thank you. We have Mr. Architect Enyi Ben Ebo, President, Nigerian Institute of Architects.
And of course, the governor of the real estate group, Mr. Laolu Alabi.
We have Mr. Shogo Oyelami.
Yes.
Also, please join us, sir.
All right. So
Thank
once
you very
again,
much.
don't forget, please write your questions. And I think it would be great to take questions from our online audience. So if there is a significant question from anybody online, please do type it in the comment box or the chat box, and we'll get it and then ask on your behalf. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so very much. There's a picture that I asked. I hope we can get it up. This is our final session, and we'll be out of here after now. There's a picture that I asked. If we have the picture, if you can go on the screen, just to buttress some of the points that have been said here, especially from the last due diligence session. Mr. Grillo, if you have that image, please help us put it on the screen. So we're just going to delve right into it, and then we'll take off from where we stopped, which is from Mr. Oyelami on due diligence. So we've talked about titles. One of the questions we need to understand when people say, oh, governor's consent, right? Is governor's consent, as it were, a title? Because there's the misconception, because the governor must put a consent on something. So when you say my title is governor's consent, what does that mean?
Okay, so I'm sorry, I can't remember which speaker mentioned it earlier, but the history of land in Nigeria. Previously, before the Land Use Act came into force, land was owned by families and communities. It was owned by settlers. When the Land Use Act came into force, it vested all the lands within a state, in the state governor. All the lands was vested within a state governor. Now, so what happens is, before you can transact on that land, the law requires you to obtain the consent of the governor to that land. So when we talk about governor's consent, it's actually a process of getting approval to a transaction on the land. It is not the title to the land. I gave an example earlier. Your grandfather acquires property via a C of O. And this is another common misconception that a lot of people have. The C of O is not a title document. In law, it's called the prima facie proof of right of occupancy. If the right of occupancy does not originally vest in you, if you have a C of O, it can be revoked. It can be taken by a court. So the title is the right of occupancy, which is evidenced by the C of O. Now, a subsequent transaction on that C of O could be a deed of sublease or a deed of assignment. The title is the registered deed of assignment or deed of sublease. The governor's consent is part of a 3-stage procedure to approve that transaction. It's called consent, stamping, and registration. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you very much. I would have asked a follow-up to that, which is, very common. You see people bundling title document, and they say, what's the title? They say excision in progress. And maybe people need to realize, and I asked, what is excision in progress? And how is that even a title, I pray. Yeah, so if we have that picture on the screen, yeah, so this is somebody's land that was charted. The coordinates of the survey that was given. And this is not made up, by the way. So when they talk about survey and all the coordinates, those numbers mean something. So by the time they charted this survey, it's on the Express. This is the real definition of if Egungun don't enter Express. So due diligence is actually very key. So that they don't sell expressway for you in the name of title. It is actually very, very key. You are in Lagos, please shine your eyes. Thank you very much for that. So we have the presence of the Nigerian Institute of Architects. Sir, I just wanted to talk a little bit on the roles of professionals, especially within the real estate ecosystem, especially as we try to mitigate against all these hazards we've been experiencing, collapse here and there. Where do the professionals come in? How can we make sure that at least we have these professionals on board part time, and what is the professional bodies doing to try to mitigate against all of these things?
Well, thank you very much. I'd also want to express my sincere pleasure and gratitude to have been invited to this forum. I've listened with rapt attention to all the speakers that have spoken before me, and I would say even for me it's been quite educative, and I guess it is for all of you out there too. Before I go into the specifics of your question, I'd also want to add that when we're talking of due diligence in estate development or in property acquisition, it goes beyond a lot of what we've heard here this morning. We've delved mainly on the legal aspect and the marketing aspect. But there are also a couple of technical aspects which we need to also take into consideration in making the decision to invest in a property or on a piece of land. And that is why I think the first step is what they showed a couple of seconds ago, where you get a survey plan. A survey plan is not a proof of your ownership of a piece of land. A survey plan is just a piece of paper with coordinates. Until those coordinates are charted against where your land actually is, and it falls exactly where your land is, then can you say you have a survey plan that means anything. Then there are lots of other things that people will need to take into consideration before even paying for land, because you may have a piece of land that is not encumbered, in quotes. In other words, the person who is selling it to you has the right to sell it to you, and there's no controversy about whether the piece of land is his or not. But there are a couple of other things which, as an individual, you'd have to also research about before you take a decision on whether you want to buy land or not. And that's where the aspect of the professionals come in. Before you make that commitment, please try and get your professionals to that site to look at it firsthand and advise you whether you should even take the land or not. From physical inspection, a lot of things can be deduced from a piece of land. Number one, does it fall on a flood plain? There are some areas that are low-lying, and that you know that every rainy season you'll be bailing water out from your plot. They may show you that land during the dry season, and you may not be able to tell whether that land will be good enough for you. But if you take a professional there, he'll be able to tell you that, look, you should run out of this place because in the rains, all the water from the neighborhood will settle in this place. And, here we have development coming before infrastructure. So by the time you build, you discover that when it rains, all the water collects around the plot. I'd also want to share an example of an experience I had several years ago when a client approached me and said he wanted to build a house somewhere in the east. And the first thing he told me was that in his village, all the concrete buildings crack. And I wondered why all the concrete buildings would crack. And he further told me that his village is close to a cement factory site. So my initial impression was that, okay, maybe it's the blasting of limestone that causes vibrations that cause the buildings to crack. But when I got there, I discovered that by the time you get to the village, you look at the soil, I discovered that because, again, true to type, that is near a limestone factory, that the predominant soil there is clay. And they say clay is the worst soil you can build on. But sand is better than clay. Because with clay, when it is wet, it is very soft. And so if you build a house on it, during the rainy season, the house kind of depresses and the soil cannot carry. To cut a long story short, the building goes down because the soil becomes very soft. During the dry season, the soil is so hard that you cannot dig it. And so when it becomes hard, there's a tendency to lift the building up. And so that differential upward and downward movement between the seasons causes the buildings to crack. And then, we had to tell them that, look, you need to do a raft foundation. Because with a raft foundation, the building will move as a whole, as opposed to when you use an isolated pad foundation or a strip foundation where the building moves differentially. So these are some of the technical things we also need to know about. Then in Lagos, you discover that the soil in Lagos is really, really not so good. Between two plots, you can discover that while on one plot you may need a raft foundation, on the next plot you might actually have to use a pile foundation to be able to carry even a duplex. And so that's why we encourage that before you make a commitment, you should try and see your professionals to look at that soil and advise you. Some of these things may not be visible by the plain eye, but they would advise you, look, I think you should do A and B or C tests so that you'll be able to ascertain whether to pay for this plot or not. You can imagine a situation where you are just struggling to make ends meet and you buy a plot where you need to do pile foundation to be able to carry a 4-bedroom duplex. Of course, the cost of the piling will eat so much of your money that it would have been better off you sold that land or you kept away from that land and bought something that was more stable that you can live with. Then also there's a need for us to, before you commit to any bit of land, you must know what the land use or what the master plan says that area is to be used for. There's no point going to design an estate in a place that has already been in the master plan earmarked for industrial or other uses, because when it gets to approval stage, you just can't go any further and you start battling with getting change of use and all of those things, which will waste your time and cost you a lot of money. Then also on the issue of the land, you discover that most times when you look at land from the surface, you may not be able to tell the characteristics of that land. If you look at a place like Ojota, where the refuse dump is, they've been dumping refuse there over the years. Let's assume in the next 50, 100 years, they stop dumping, okay, let's say they immediately stop dumping refuse there, and in 100 years, the whole place is grown up and somebody wants to buy that land and thinks the land is the same consistency as the surrounding lands, not knowing that they have several layers of refuse, which, of course, some are decomposing, others are not decomposing. And if you try to build anything on that kind of land, you just discover that your building will be sinking because settlement is still going on a continuous basis. Now, let's go back to the issue of properties and professionals. Now, the product of real estate is a building, whichever way you want to look at it. A building is a product of all what we've been discussing about. And in conceptualizing these buildings, there are several professionals that come to play. And we must not discountenance the fact that each of these professionals has a role to play in ensuring that you can go to sleep when you put up your building. There are quite many, but I want to start with the architect, for instance, because I'm an architect. The architect is the first person you go to say, okay, I want to build a house, whether it's commercial, residential, whatever it is. And the architect would, of course, take you through a process after asking you what exactly you want to do, and after also advising you on what he thinks you can do on that plot based on his experience of the relevant planning laws and what the laws admit for you to be able to do there. In the course of doing his consultation with you, He'll be able to advise you on what he thinks you can build there and what the setbacks are, what the allowable density you can build on is. Because you have a situation where somebody wants to put up, let's say, a 5-bedroom duplex, and he acquires land of 300 square meters and tells you you must squeeze in a 5-bedroom duplex in 300 square meters of land. Your architect should be able to advise you that, look, for what you want to do, this piece of land is not suitable because you have to observe the necessary setbacks and all of that. Then, when you get to the point where he has prepared a design for you and you've reviewed the design, he also has to bring in the services of another professional called the structural engineer. It's a structural engineer that ensures that after going through the soil test analysis, that he is able to design the right structural elements to ensure that whatever you put on that soil or on that land would stand. And of course, we all talked about buildings collapsing here and there. It all most times has to do with its choice of foundation. Every soil can carry a building. That's the truth. Even if you want to put up a building in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, you can put up a building there. Because, after all, a lot of you have seen oil rigs. Oil rigs are big communities in the middle of the ocean. They have the proper foundations, and they can carry anything. So, every soil has what they call a bearing capacity. And it is through the soil test that the engineers will be able to tell you that, look, this soil has a bearing capacity of so kilonewtons per meter square, and that would aid the engineer in designing the appropriate foundation that soil can carry. Now, even in the design of the structure, the engineer makes certain assumptions. For instance, he would say, okay, for this building that you want to build, the maximum load, both what they call dead load and moving load, would not exceed XYZ kilonewtons per meter square or thereabout. Now, when engineers design, they make assumptions in their design. That's why if you look at any structural engineering drawing, it will tell you the assumptions that are being made in arriving at that design. Now, buildings could collapse when the assumptions that are made in that design are exceeded. Take, for instance, a foundation is designed to carry 5 floors. And a developer thinks, okay, I think I have patronage, I should be able to go up to 7 floors, and adds 2 extra floors. The foundation that was initially designed for that building was for 5 floors. Not that it couldn't have been 7 floors. If he was told he needed 7 floors, he would have designed the appropriate foundation for 7 floors. But lo and behold, people just take rule of the thumb decisions and decide to increase those things without proper professionals. Then, of course, you have the electrical, mechanical, and other engineers who also contribute in one way or the other to ensuring that your building is safe and is worth your while. Then you talked about what the roles of the professional bodies are in terms of regulating a lot of these collapses. Now, under the current laws that we have in the country, issues of development control are vested in the states. And so it is the state governments that determine how development is carried out in their various states. But I do know that for most approval purposes in Lagos, you must have an architectural drawing, you must have a structural drawing, you must have what they call M&E drawings, mechanical and electrical drawings. Now, each of those drawings is supposed to be certified by a registered professional. In other words, a registered architect must append his seal to the drawings, so also will a registered engineer and the likes. Now, like they say, buildings don't collapse on paper. Yes, on paper you have all the professional, the drawings are right, everything is right. But the missing link is when that drawing goes to site. And if you check what happens at the post drawing stage, is that most times clients go around executing these buildings without the supervision of the relevant professionals. And that cuts across most of all the collapses that we've had. That's why people say, how come professionals have not been indicted in most of these collapses? That is because there are no enabling laws to enforce it, that any building that is going up, the design professionals or anybody or a registered professional must be there to supervise. Now, the National Building Code has a part they call the compliance forms, which states that, or which provides for the relevant professionals to sign off at different stages of the implementation. That has not been domesticated in a lot of the states, so it's not even binding on anybody. And so when you tell a government regulatory agency to give you a certificate of completion whereby the relevant professionals have not been a part of the supervision, it's just like telling somebody to sign his death warrant because you don't sign off something that you were not a part of. So a lot still has to be done in terms of a cooperation between the government and the private sector to ensure that, because of capacity issues, because if you want to ask me how many staff do they have in the Lagos State, the relevant ministries of the Lagos State government to supervise or monitor construction around Lagos, is quite low. So we as professional bodies have been advocating that government should liaise with the various professional bodies to ensure that there's a partnership that gives the professional bodies and the government agencies some level of cooperation such that they can carry out some of these responsibilities either in liaison with government or on behalf of government, so that the issues that arise with building collapses and building failures will save the public a great deal of distress from some of these things. I think I'll stop here for now.
Thank you. That was quite extensive, and then I think it covered quite a lot of the questions already asked. Our time is fast spent, so we'll try to keep it as short as possible so that we can also take a lot of questions. Mr. Tayo, how does a diaspora buyer make sense of the falling naira? If I buy a property at 700, I make loss whether the naira keeps falling or improves. I don't know 700 what, but bottom line, how does a diaspora make? Yeah. So, and also, a second part, and as an aspiring developer, do you have an advice on the type of development to go into and the ideal location?
That developer wants free advisory, but we'll see what we can give out. As regards diaspora buyers, the reality is that the falling naira, when they are purchasing, actually favors them. That's the reality. So what we find is that if you speak to any developer, any mid-sized developer, that's like a developer bringing to the market, let's say 100 units, they will tell you that over 50% of their buyers are in the diaspora because assets are becoming cheaper from a Nigerian perspective, right? But I always tell them not to celebrate too quick because, yes, you can. It's your dollar and your pounds can go further, but when you are collecting rent, know that your rent, when it's time to collect rent, and they change it to dollars for you or pounds, don't say it's too small. So, but assets are infinitely getting cheaper. In fact, some kind of people that normally would not say, they'll say, it's expensive to buy real estate. They are now calling. Say, So some people that are even meant to be buying in Lekki now are now saying, I should be able to touch Ikoyi now. Because the dollar is favoring them. But I always tell them, well, come in, but know that when it's time to collect rent, don't complain. When they change, is this all my rent? Just this few $1,000s. So that's the case. So I think that answers the diaspora. As regards a developer, without being too specific, I always tell developers, when you want to go into development, especially if you're a new developer, it's always important to start by doing a general market survey. A market survey is, just trying to understand what's going on in that location. You're saying you want to develop on the island. Do a survey of the entire island. The residential market on the entire island, the office market on the entire island, the retail market on the entire island. Look at what's going on. You will then begin to see some bright spots. All right? You then dive in and say, I want to do residential in Ikate. Based on my survey, I saw that there's a lot of demand there, but the supply is not matching. The numbers look good. So you can then begin to look at some particular sites. And then when you identify a site, you then do what we call a feasibility study on that particular site. So a market survey is quite broad to understand what's going on in the market. Then you do a feasibility to narrow in on that particular site. Why are you narrowing in? Yes, it can say there's demand, but is it detached houses they want there? Or is it semi-detached? Or do they just like townhouses or terrace houses? Or, in fact, it's a young people's market, so they just want flats. Young people don't want to climb upstairs within the house. They like flats. Or actually, they like apartments, but they like apartments on 2 floors. So that's what a feasibility will now tell you. So it's like Wale said and everything that we've been saying, you need to get a lot of information, right? And by the time you do that exercise, you'll be able to narrow in on what to do. So when that developer that asks that question does these 2 things, he will know exactly what to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll just go straight into the next question. I think one of the, like I said, the denominator here, the common denominator here is what you need more in real estate is information, not even money. Money is important, but information, I've come to find, is more important. Dr. Ebukon, is there no place for low-income earners to benefit from the federal mortgage, the National Housing Fund? That's what the person tries to say. Household income of about 280,000, excluding expenses, just to be precise.
Okay, I will speak to first household income. So if you mean income of daddy and mommy in the home, NHF does not consider that. NHF works with individuals. Other primary mortgage banks may consider that, but the NHF looks at you as an individual. So let me come to income of 280 million. No matter what you earn, you can qualify for some amount. It's just that, remember what we said, that your whatever it is your repayment and the calculation is, will not be allowed to be more than 33.33% of your income. So what that means is if you're earning, let's help our mathematics, 300,000 as an individual, whatever loan you're going to be getting will not be more than 100,000. And just by sheer experience, you're looking at about a 12 million naira loan, right? So there is space for everyone. It depends on what you want to buy versus what you earn and therefore what you qualify for. And just to touch briefly on what Tayo just said, when you're buying low, if you are a diasporan, you may want to think about short-term investments now. If you're a high-risk taker, get off-plan discounts, plan to sell it when that house is done. Hopefully, Naira hasn't moved strongly against you. So go and get out, and don't look long-term now if you're a high-risk diaspora investor. All right.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Oluwasegun, go back to you. Quickly, in 1 or 2 minutes, please, what are the required property land titles? I know you tried to delve in it. Just what are the requirements for acquiring them? If you can, a brief description on each of them would be appreciated. I think you just want to talk about different titles. So I think you can just talk on a few of them. Valid land titles, you know. I mean, you can't extend it in 1 or 2 minutes, but whatever you can do.
Valid land titles. Well, you have your deed of assignment, you have your, right? Is that what he's asking about?
Yes.
Okay. You have your registered deed of assignment. I mentioned a deed of assent, which is when the deceased passed on through the administrators of the estate to the beneficiaries. It could be a deed of assent, a vesting deed. You have a deed of sublease, which means that the title to the land has been transferred for a limited period of time. Also applies in a deed of assignment because, like we said, the government gives you, or the governor gives you, grants a right of occupancy for 99 years or 25 years in the case of agricultural land. So there's several of them, but it depends on the context of the transaction or the context of that purchase. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Sir, in terms of the professionals, right, how are developers able to juxtapose the costs of hiring professionals and being able to still make a profit? I mean, let's as fast as you can, sir.
Well, each time I'm asked that kind of question, my reply is always that if education is expensive, why not try literacy? You can't cut your nose to spite your face. You're putting up an investment that costs millions of naira. And how much are the fees? Each and every one of us here who wants to rent an apartment is ready to pay an estate agent or a roadside agent 5% of the cost of rent. And you pay another maybe 5% as legal charges. In whole, maybe 10%. An architect's fees will not be up to that based on the prevailing rates. So why would anybody think that paying for peace of mind is a waste of the investment? Because for those two major buildings that have collapsed in Lagos, the 7 or 8 story building and the other 21 story building, the whole of that investment is lost. And if you check, there were no professionals involved. So who has lost at the end of the day? It is always better to spend a little more to ensure that you get the right thing. As a matter of fact, on every project site, if you have professionals, every batch of concrete that is cast must be taken for tests to ensure that that concrete meets the minimum strength required in the engineer's drawings. Once it does not, it already raises a red flag at that moment. Every piece of reinforcement, before it is used in any construction, all batches of reinforcement brought to site must undergo a test to ensure that they meet minimum standards. Once you carry out all these necessary, when we talk of due diligence, that's why I always insist that due diligence is not just in buying the land, but due diligence also extends to the use of the materials. You will weep at some of the estates we come across in Lagos these days. Some of them, before they are even completed, they are all not fit for habitation. You buy those buildings and you have to strip them to bring them to the quality you want. So I would advise our real estate developers to ensure that they work with professionals. That way, we would ensure that the public is safe and the professionals will be held liable. Because nobody wants to lose the license he spent several years trying to acquire. So he would rather walk away than compromise. And it's for the better of the society.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Tayo. So this question is referencing Mr. Wale Ayilara's presentation. Say, Mr. Ayilara mentioned unsaturated opportunities in the market, but didn't talk about it. Please, what are those opportunities? Very briefly.
Well, I see this question is coming back in another shape. It's very correct. There are several unsaturated opportunities. And I think I'll just mention 3. Just mention 3. So you can bring out your pen and your biro and write. And some of them are actually quite dear to my heart. One of such opportunities is student housing. Student housing. Purpose-built student housing. There are requirements that students need that your retrofitted apartments may not meet, right? Student housing, a lot of times we call it room and hall or something. There's a name we call it. There are a few rooms, and down the hall, there's a convenience. That's the standard model for purpose-built student housing. It has to be purpose-built. Like I was mentioning earlier, it falls under operational real estate. And what you find with operational real estate is that there is the PropCo, there's the property company, and there's the OpCo, there's the operating company. On both levels, you make very good returns. At the PropCo level and the OpCo level, because for tax benefits, it's always better that OpCo pays the PropCo a rent, even though they are similar entities or similar ownership. You find out that the rent the PropCo will pay the OpCo will be higher than what they can get if they build apartments. You also find out that the OpCo is also making very decent revenue when compared to other businesses. So student housing is one. The second one, you thought I was going to renege on my 3. The second one that I'll mention is data centers. Many of us may not be aware, but there are a lot of technology companies that can no longer have one store as their data room. In fact, there are very heavy users that are having to build purpose-built data centers. To show you how profitable data centers are, one of the most celebrated data centers in Nigeria could afford to be built on expensive land in Eco Atlantic. Wow. You know, the use must come. You know, if it's a low use, you go far. If it's a high use, you can. There's a data center in Eco Atlantic. That one has to do with proximity to the water, quite all right. But at the same time, it's because the use is rewarding enough. It's viable enough. Yeah. All right? And what's a data center? 4 walls. It's the services that matters. All right? The connection to the whatever infrastructure that is required, the specification. And the developer doesn't need to have all those information. He just reaches out to the professionals. They provide it, and that's a very big opportunity.
Awesome. I think you should leave them with 2 because of our time. They'll come
I
and
should
meet
leave
you
them
for the
with 2.
Okay. Really? Okay, quickly.
He's been accused that he wanted to take the 3rd privately. I think as our governor, he can best sell the 3rd one.
Okay, quickly. 30 seconds.
30 seconds. The 3rd one is affordable housing.
Okay.
Affordable housing is you look at the rent or the price that others are selling housing in the neighborhood, and you determine that your own must be lower. But to do that as a developer, you need to go and sign up with the government that this is what I want to do. Enter a PPP arrangement with them so that they transfer some benefits to you to make you be able to do that.
Okay.
All right. There's so much to say about that, but I'll leave it at that.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You can see me in camera if you need some more consultation. So we're going to wrap up in 2 minutes. We're going to take 30 seconds each to answer these final questions. Please, as quick as we can. Dr. Ebuko, I know this is long, but as quick as we can. If a subscriber is interested in investment in Lagos through NHF and he has a total budget of 25 million, including NHF, as a consultant looking at the area with high demand, is it okay to advise the subscriber to go for 1 bedroom in Aja other than 2 or 3 bedroom in Mowe or Ekpaja? So he's saying Aja or Ekpaja?
Okay, that question is very personal, and I can answer it in 10 seconds. Where you live is a blend of what you can afford versus your preferences. So I can decide that I have 50 million naira and I like to live in a 10-bed house in Ekpe, or I want to live in a 1-bedroom apartment in Oniru. What is important to me? My space or my proximity to CBD? So that's a very personal question. You look at your budget versus your preferences and take your best case scenario.
Thank you. I think that's the same thing here. My question is, for our monthly earnings, a couple meets 400,000 naira target. We do not work in any organization that contributes to the National Housing Fund mortgage. How do we access this mortgage? Is it possible to access the mortgage?
Yes, you can access the mortgage, and they're private contributors. All you need to do is walk to either a primary mortgage bank or federal mortgage bank in this instance itself, and you can become a private contributor. Same conditions apply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shogo. On a final note, my late father has a landed property with title document. The property was not willed to any of the children. Can I buy up the property from my siblings? If yes, what are the required documentations? 30 seconds. Sorry?
Consult a lawyer.
Consult a lawyer. Okay, fantastic. I think, yes, Mr. Tayo, this question, they need to consult you because they're just looking for free advice. Yes, I think we've exhausted most of this questions. Somebody asked if your company is old. What we'll also do is we'll try to put the contact details of some of, for their organization so that we can ask them questions, after now, because we really need to go. Our time is up. We need to be out of this all by 3 p.m. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you to also the audience. We'll have the final remarks now, and then we'll be out of here in about 5 minutes. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, ma.
Pictures. Thank you. Where should I stay? Thank you. Once again, my name is Omo. It's been a pleasure hosting this event alongside my sister, Lolade.
A round of applause for them, please. On behalf of the Board of Covenant Community Groups, I want to thank our panelists and our speakers for sharing such insightful sessions with us today. Can we please give them a round of applause? A better round of applause for all the insights they've shared today. I would also like to thank the audience for your attention, for making this very engaging. And the last thanks goes to the Real Estate and Allied Services Community Group. Please give them a round of applause. They've planned this thing for many months, and I'm happy that they've been able to pull this through. Lastly, as the board chair, I'm inviting everybody to please join the Covenant Community Groups. If you have not registered, please can we show this code so that people can scan it and register for the community groups. The registration for the September semester closes tomorrow, and I'm sure you've seen that there are a lot of insight, ideas, even transactions that happen within our community groups, especially the real estate. Thank you so much for your time. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Sorry, just before you go, there's a feedback for, please, can we, just before you go, project the link to join the community group quickly. Please kindly project the link to join the community group. And as we go out, there's a feedback QR code as well that you should please scan and give us feedback of how this summit was of benefit to you and areas of improvement. Thank you.
If you are part of the last semester of the Real Estate and Allied Services community, the certificates of our attendance are at the registration desk. If you are part of the Real Estate and Allied Services community and you would like to pick your certificates of attendance, those of you that are eligible for the attendance certificates, please go to the registration desk to pick it up.